G'day guys, sorry for being late. I just spilt something over me. Coffee. Sorry, not milk. So, yeah, basically, fucking hell. Had to change my top. God. Like a little child. Can't take me anywhere. Oh, God. G'day, Richard. Now we wait. Oh, yes, you. Oh, how many minutes did I take? 5 minutes out of your life. How awful. Must be devastating. G'day, Alex. Good to see you, mate. I'm waking up. Was late last night. My son had a party. Yes. Kids do that to you, do they? Don't they? G'day, Bert. Always good to see you, mate. Grunda, nice to see you here. And Dave, my mate, are you still in the Balkans or not? Or have you moved to other pastures? Oh, you're back in Barcelona. Back in August. Okay. So you're still gallivanting somewhere in the Balkans. I hope you're having a good time. I think Dave may be in. Are you in Greece at the moment, or are you still in Bulgaria somewhere? G'day, zombie. I'm at the bottom of the actual stream. God, and I'm late. Incredible. Yeah, still in that Balkan country. Okay, can't be mentioned, can't it? Bulgaria. Oh, you mean Fyrom? You mean the so-called northern state that can't be mentioned? Yes. I know what you mean. I went over, had a nice meal with the old boy and Ling, and we had a bit of a chat. Did our thing, got some mountain tea for Ling. So she tried it for the first time, Greek mountain tea. She was she realised, this is nice. This is good stuff. So Dad gave her a whole bunch. Yeah, that place. Yes. Somebody should probably take that whole population to places like Afghanistan. Well, maybe not at the moment Afghanistan, but you know what I mean. Through that place and just show them how the entire land area is carved in Greek and Bactrian, and then take them to Egypt and show them the Greek communities that are there since antiquity. Macedonian Greeks that still do welcome the Greek Prime Minister when he turned up last time to Egypt. Yes. Unfortunately, we've got usurpers who have got a fabricated ethnicity, but yes, such is life. It's nice to see Bobby perspective. Bobby, he sort of woke up from the brainwashing and realized the bullshit himself, especially when he did a 23andMe test and realized, oh, my genes are genetically mainly Bulgarian and I've got some Greek. There's nothing else here. That was a bit of a surprise for him, a wake-up thing. So he went further and looked and woke up even further. So, yes, I would encourage people in that country to wake up as well from their own brainwashing. And it's not Dave, it's not the first people that have been brainwashed, and it won't be the last. I mean, Hitler tried to brainwash his own people to believe that they were a super race or they came from an Aryan super race or whatever, and rewrite history. It's happened many times over and over again in history where certain leaders will rewrite history and brainwash their own people with nonsense. It's not the first time. It won't be the last time. So such is life. But it's amusing. It's amusing for people like me. I mean, I know some Greeks get really upset about it. I don't. It's just, I just find it very amusing. It's like a lot of people like, even on the dietary side, like to live in delusion. Fat isn't good. Animal products are not good. Just even though it's carved in the bones, the nitrogen 15 data is carved in the bones over millions of years. But no, I want to live in my delusion. Carbs are the best. Yes, we've got plenty of foolish people that believe in myths and legends and nonsense and made up stories. Yes, such is life. Oh yeah, look, every single society has good people and bad people. And the majority of people in most countries are good people. They're not bad. They just basically have been manipulated, tricked, deceived. Sometimes you go out and you'll talk with people, and they're good people. That when you have a general conversation, they're reasonable. But when you touch on a certain thing, like their faith, whatever they've basically been conditioned to believe in, then they can become, like Jekyll and Hyde. But that's the nature of humans and our tribalism and all that. It's just the reality. Once people believe something so much, they'll defend it to the, look at the vegans, they'll defend it to the death. It's just, it doesn't mean that vegans are all evil, nasty people. No. But, when people are ideologically with blinkers on, yes, they can become very, very nasty. But generally speaking, most people, when I come across most people around the world, they're nice. They're good people. So, yes. It's like Yugoslavia was also meat on every street corner in the past. Yeah, look, it was basically. I mean, Greece, back in the 70s, when I was there as a youngster, it was pretty much organ meats all over the place. I mean, people used to get up, their breakfast was tripe. A lot of the industrial workers, like a lot of the the guys that worked in the building industry, that get up and actually go and have tripe. That'd be their breakfast. I mean, I worked in the actual, my first job in Greece, even though I'd worked with my father, but my first job independent of my father as a 13-year-old was a waiter. And, I knew what I was serving. And I can tell you, there wasn't a lot of plants and a lot of beans and shit like that. There was seasonal stuff like that, but it was primarily animal products and quite a bit of it. So, that's why I just, like everybody else, got manipulated. I should have realized, that it was bullshit. But, when you're a young person and you've got these experts and their expert opinions, yes, it is very much what happens. Bjorn, good morning, mate. Yeah, so it's a bit like that, and in that regard. Fapnado, good to see you, mate. DC, good to see you, mate. And nothing wrong with tripe if it's cooked right. That's true, exactly. And clean thoroughly. I see, but my old man used to get me to clean some of this sort of stuff. I even used to clean the intestines and stuff like that for cucuretti and all these sort of things. So, yes. But, yeah, I don't know how even looking at what my father, the way he ate, and then I came back in the 80s to Australia in the mid-80s, and that was, when the low fat was just taking off and it was all over the place and all that. And, then we were more, I don't know, maybe we were more gullible. We accepted the expert opinion, and we gave up on such beautiful foods for decades and just got sicker and sicker. Bizarre, crazy. But, that's how easy it is. Somebody eating an ancestral diet like me, going to Greece, well, not an ancestral, but eating a traditional diet with a lot of animal foods and all that, and being slim and lean. You could see my rib cage and all that. And I was ripped. as a young 20-year-old, and then basically coming back to Australia and being somehow convinced that everything that I'd done was wrong. That's how bizarre it is. Having gone through that stage, a lot of us have gone through that stage, how we were manipulated by experts. This is why we are so cynical now. People say, oh, you guys in your 50s and 40s and whatever, you are so bloody cynical. We've got good reason to be cynical. When so-called experts have betrayed us and corrupted the science and, and gone for the dollars and not for the health of people, how can you not be cynical when, you're always thinking you're looking at the actual expert and you go, what's in it for you, mate? So, yes, a good enough reason to be cynical. Yes, that is true. Going to be cleaned properly, definitely. No, absolutely none. When it comes to fruit, I'm quite... I keep away from fruit completely. I consider fruit the worst carbohydrate. I've said that multiple times because of the deuterium content. And, and I've, from the first time I was on my first chat with Bart, I made it quite crystal clear that, when it comes to fruit, it is the worst of the worst of the worst. There's not much nutrition. It's good for fattening up. Got a fructose in it. Combine that with fat, plenty of fat, you'll fatten up pretty fast. That's what the most processed food is. Refined sugars, and which has got fructose, obviously, and refined, basically, fats, seed oils. So great combo, great amount of seed oil, great amount of deuterium, great amount of the right sort of stuff to fatten you up and damage your health and your mitochondria. So, which is another mechanism, because if you damage more and more of the electron chains of the mitochondria in your cells, you will over time reduce the amount of capacity to generate enough energy, and you will shift more and more cells into senescence and age yourself faster. So no thanks. I would rather eat a potato or rice than an apple or a plum. So that's my opinion when it comes to glucose. While it can actually build up subcutaneous fat by engaging the Randall cycle, if you do it for too long, can cause chronic issues. In general, most people in the past consumed seasonal sugar, but glucose for most parts of the year, but they were physically quite active, not engaging the Randall cycle because they were depleting a lot of the glycogen. Now people are too sedentary, they sit around too much, eat far too much, more calories because they're cheaper, and the wrong types. And so, I've got absolute hostility towards fruit and absolute hostility towards anything with fructose in it. So that's my opinion. And it's the deuterium angle and the effects on driving, both fatty liver and driving, a lot of derangements in the body. No thanks. I mean, seasonally, when people used to consume it and they were out in the sun, depleting deuterium, and and it was only for a very short period of time. Was it optimal? No, but it wasn't. But it probably wasn't as deleterious because of those lifestyle factors. But now people have got it all year round and eat far too much. Yes, far too much. An awesome. I'm surprised you didn't stay there for a while. Yes, I know a Polish mate, so yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, look, people used to make in the past. I mean, my generation, my mother did as well. The old generation. I remember 50s, 60s, and 70s. There was still a lot of animal organ meat type consumption around the world. And then in the 80s, when a lot of the processed food started appearing, the strong anti-meat, anti-fat propaganda started picking up. That's when a lot of this sort of stuff went by the wayside. And that was the moment when we saw a massive collapse in life, of health span and quality of life, and the health of large pockets of the world population. So yes, we got rid of some of the most nutrient-dense good food, and we replaced it with a lot of refined crap. So yeah. Hi Harry, do you know Ella Bruce? No, I don't. Carnivore bodybuilder, really interesting lady. You should have her on a live stream. Okay, I'll check her out. Thanks for that, Bjorn. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there, a lot of new people. I just haven't got around, probably because having a day job, I'm not searching, I'm just not searching for people and all that. I just try to get as much material of my own out as much as I can, and then do the live streams. And it's but when people do suggest people, I will look into her and find out more about her. So yes, let me just copy the name and okay. Yep. I think I have seen her ages ago. That's right, on MedRx, and there's okay. So is it Carnivore Cast? Is that? Or no, it's not that. Does she have a specific her own? Oh yeah, here it is. She's got her own base. Okay. Thanks. I'll check her out and contact her. Anyway, I think we have brought up to be lazy. We don't want to put in the work people used to do. There's that factor as well. Look, if you're on a mixed on the traditional human diet that most people used to consume, which was about 2/3 animal foods and 1/3 plant foods, which is what in the past people consumed because of the seasonality and no refrigeration. You had only a lot of the plant foods in the low glycemic or glycemic load, to be more precise. That means they were pickled and preserved, and a lot of the actual sugars had been reduced in them because of the lactobacillus, but sort of fermentation that they like pickled cucumbers or whatever, stuff like that people used to preserve for the winter months. So that sort of stuff. So it is quite interesting in that regard. So I'm definitely always looking. And at those sort of factors, I would say that people in the past, their lives, there's a lot of factors. It's not one factor. One, they were more physically active. They were outdoors all the time. They hardly sat. So they were continually sort of depleting glycogen. So even the small amount of sugar, they also consumed less, in terms of energy, the amount of energy, because the access to energy, both in the form of carbohydrates or fat, was, especially carbohydrates, because of the seasonality, was limited. So you only really got, I remember as a youngster back in the 70s, you only saw fruit like watermelons and stuff like that in Greece. They were only seasonal. That was it. You had for about, what was it, about 2 months sometimes a month and a half, depending on how good the season was. That was it. Then you didn't see a watermelon until the next year, at the same time. So access to a lot of fruit was limited to a couple of months. And then the rest of the year, basically, you just didn't eat fruit. There wasn't fruit around, or, nothing was being flown in or anything like that. The majority of stuff that you did consume was pretty much, it was glucose related things like, bread, sourdough bread, and, things like that. Some beans, occasionally some rice. You had more rice. And that was basically it, So, and then you had a lot of the actual pies that were related to, whether it's zucchini pie or whether it's different types of pies, pumpkin pies, and there was the spinach pies as well. But those sort of things that were around. But a lot of the stuff was, we're not talking about a horrendous amount of glucose or horrendous amount of sugar and stuff like that. And you were physically active. You were continually on your feet and doing stuff. So it was a very different sort of environment in that regard. But nowadays we've got excess amount of energy that we can access, and we've got, we've got poor quality protein. So we're less physically active. So we tend to have less muscle, so less glycogen stores. So it's much easier under those sort of circumstances to engage the Randall cycle and actually fatten yourself up way quicker. So this is one of the biggest factors. And most processed food is low in protein, because protein gives you satiety. So the lower in protein, and by combining the sort of the glucose and fat, it makes it more palatable. But at the same time, and they're using low quality, obviously, it's all refined sugars and refined oils, but it's making it more palatable for people's taste buds. And and the rest is, the mess that we're in at the moment. So it's not a good. I don't blame people. I blame the toxic food culture and the so-called experts that led us astray, and told us a whole lot of tall stories, which a lot of us believed, and ended up, going down the wrong path. So yes. Yes, I'm not surprised Fapnado would find her interesting. Yes. Yes, she would be. She would be. I will contact her and, see whether she'd like to come on. I'd like to have her on. And I'm going to get back to Sky as well, because she contacted me and I haven't got back to her. So if Sky does appear anywhere here, I'm sorry. That I haven't got back to you. It was just too many things happening in my life that grieves made the pork, fat, and milk delicacy here. Exactly. Look, precisely. Pork, fat, and milk. My father, as a youngster, used to lard pigs with his, you do the larding with his mother. He was the oldest son, twin brother. He passed away recently, but Dad's brother probably should have stuck to more the traditional diet. He didn't. He did enjoy the sugar, and he did enjoy the tobacco, and he did enjoy a lot of drinking. Those three in combination aren't a good recipe for longevity. So even though he was a twin, when you look at photos and compare the two, one is quite aged and the other one isn't. Where Dad's generally, he's done a few indiscretions here and there, but generally speaking, he's had a sort of generally a high-fat, sort of low-carb Mediterranean style diet, some vegetables and some animal products. Particularly his favourite stuff is he does tend to have a bit of an obsession when it comes to eggs. every single day he eats eggs. I mean, I can't do it every day. I sometimes do it occasionally, but I sort of drop off the wagon on that one. But Dad, consistently, he loves his eggs. Oh, I don't mind eggs, but my father really loves his eggs. He can, go for even half a carton sometimes if he feels like it, or more. He loves his dairy. He consumes quite a bit of dairy. Yogurt at night, every single fucking night. He has yogurt every single night. And he's pretty consistent on that. He loves his cream in his coffee. And he's got those sort of traditional ways. He's sort of disappointed you can't find very easily the raw goat's milk in Australia, which is a bit of a thing. So that's one thing that I think he misses a bit. But stuff like that, so it's a very different. But most stuff, his mother basically used to cook everything in lard. That was the fat that people cooked back then, and milk was used in a whole lot of different dishes. They made yogurts. They had sort of, they used it in all sorts of different combinations. But that doesn't happen anymore, which is disappointing because in the rural areas in Greece, it still happens. If you go to these mountain villages and stuff like that, you still get these things, and it's really funny. Some people that come from the cities like Athens and all that and go to these places, these village areas, they look at this sort of stuff and they sort of frown at it or look down at it. Oh, how disgusting can you eat that sort of stuff? What can you say? You just shake your head nowadays. Now that I know, I probably would have done the same thing back then. I mean, I'm just guilty I would have been. How far we've sort of drifted is crazy stuff. Anyway, I better move on. Sort of reminiscing. UK now has a lorry driver shortage. Food are being transported. Companies fighting for drivers' wages have been put up. I think many young people in the UK don't like physical labour. There's a lot of truth in that. I can tell you, there's a lot of truth in that. It's a bit the same down here in Australia. Very hard to get enough. We're living in a strange world where people are avoiding some of this. But hopefully the world will. Some of these young people will basically realise that these jobs still need to be done in that regard and take them up. But it's a crazy situation because of COVID. There's a lot of stranded containers all over the place. And that's another reason why they need a lot of lorry drivers. They need the lorry drivers also to move some of these containers from certain parts of the country to get them to the coast, because there's a whole fucking lot of ships sitting on the coast with not enough containers to move. So, and some of them actually can't even get crews because a lot of the crews were sent back home when COVID hit. So it's still a bit of a mess. Australia wasn't affected as much, but definitely I know the US and many parts of Europe were. So it's not a good situation. But hopefully there may be some people that realise the opportunities there. We were poor, lots of lamb chops, cheap in New Zealand, liver, guineas. You'll eat anything, even your own. I couldn't help myself. Yes, exactly. And mutton, yes. Mutton is aged, yes, aged lamb. Yes, nothing like something a bit old. Hey, Richard? Bit of old mutton, mate. Yes. Good stuff. Oh, look, I love lamb. I have to say I love lamb. I love lamb more than beef. I'll be honest. You know, I know in the carnivore community, you love lamb more than beef. Yes, I do. What are you going to do about it? Go fuck yourselves if you disagree with me. But I have to say, I like pork. My two favorite meats are basically pork and lamb, pretty much. I mean, beef I don't mind, but it's not at the top. You know, somebody put lamb, pork, and beef in front of me, it'd be a struggle to decide whether I go for the lamb or the pork. It would depend. If I had lamb the previous night, I'd go for the pork. If I had pork the previous night, I'd go for the lamb. So, yeah, they're very close to two. I really like lamb and pork. Hi, Harry. Question about Physotin. Have you heard any possible reaction to Physotin? 1 month ago, I had my second Physotin 5 days, changed my brand from after that, I've had pimples in my legs. You've changed the brand. Look, as I said, I recommended the brand that I use because I know that it's quality and it doesn't have any issues with it. I have heard on the grapevine that there are some issues with the quality control of some of other brands. So I suspect it may have some other elements in it that probably shouldn't be there, that you may be reacting to. So I would say, yeah, go back to the brand that I had in that video. I haven't. As I said, there are other brands out there that I've mentioned that may be cheaper, but personally, I'm sticking to the current brand. Yes, it is a bit more pricey, but I haven't seen any quality control issues or any issues anybody, myself, experiencing, or any other person. So I would basically, look, it's your money. Whether you take those and throw them in the rubbish bin and go and get the brand that I use, I'll leave that up to you. But you may be able to give it to another family member that doesn't react to it, so you don't have to throw it away. But I can't advise people, Tero, like anyone. I can't advise people what to do with their money. All I can say is this is the product that I get. I'm happy with the quality of the product. This is the dosages to take. Then what you do with that information is your business. So I'm just telling you what I do and giving you an idea of the approach. But I haven't heard any Physotin actually causing this sort of thing. And the only thing that I can think of, there's something in that preparation that you've got, that you've used you've changed the brand to, I don't know what brand. Can you tell us what brand you're using? So it would be interesting. So at least we know. Yeah, you're going to order more of the original brand. Good for you. Look, you could probably give it to some other member of your family or friend or whatever and see if they don't react. Maybe it's you reacting to something that's in that. But the brand that I get is probably the better one because it has nothing else. It's just Physotin. It doesn't have any other fillers or any other stuff. And so, when I say something, I say, look, whenever I don't recommend brands, but whenever I say, people ask me, what would you use? I say, well, this is what I've used and I've had no problems and I've researched it and I'm happy with the product. Now, what you do with that information is whether you purchase that, which I suspect now you are going to switch back to that original brand. Good on you, mate. But don't throw the other stuff away. You may react to it, but somebody may not. At least I'll get some benefit. But yeah. Okay, so you changed from the cheaper one from Great Britain. Yeah, it's probably got some crap filler or whatever. in it. So yeah, it's one of those things. What can you do? My mum was saying her mum used to go to the seashore and pick up food, and grandma used to shoot rabbits on the hills. Yeah, look, people used to do all that sort of stuff. That's right. There's a lot of stuff we do not do anymore, which is, yeah, crazy. And then, this is how weird it is. I don't know how we got sucked in. How we got sucked into believing that what we were doing for all these years, and we weren't that bad, and then we never looked back. Once we actually got on this merry-go-round of this garbage, we never looked back to say, hold on, didn't these people promise us something better? Why are we getting worse? But, they put it back on us, the arseholes, and they said, no, it's your fault. You're not complying. You're not doing it exactly right. Yeah, exactly. Crazy world. They tell us to do something different, and then they bitch and moan that we're not doing it properly. And when you look at all the metrics, saturated fat went down, all the different animal products went down, even milk consumption went dramatically down. All these things changed dramatically. So full cream milk, all these sort of things. That we complied pretty well, not perfect, but definitely complied. So yes, and they come back now in the modern era and say, oh, look, you guys went too refined with your too processed foods. They use that, the modern day so-called experts. But back then, what were they saying? A calorie is a calorie. There was no difference. Doesn't matter what it comes from. They want to have it both ways. But people that are like that, who are disingenuous, and that basically are crackpots, they always want to have it both ways. It's like, for instance, the crazy. I remember hearing one academic saying, one expert had no idea. This guy was a climatologist, had no idea about physics in terms of the physics of ocean water, but decided to say, well, with increasing carbon dioxide, the acidity of the oceans will increase. Well, that's wrong. It's actually when you warm up the oceans, they release more CO2. They don't absorb. Colder water absorbs more CO2. That's well known in physics. So it's the complete fucking opposite, and this is the crazy stuff. And that's what I mean. These people will make up shit, but the experts, after all, is crazy world. Exactly. G'day, mate. Yeah, didn't get the notification. Yeah, look. Yes, YouTube here. Well, one good thing that I did notice on the previous live stream, it actually comes up a notification for the new one. They've actually provided a new feature where you can link one to the other. So it's not a bad feature. So I've used it this time, and I was hoping that it would get more traction, but it didn't. So there's fewer people than normally would be on the stream at this time. Usually I'm getting up to nearly 40 people, and I've got half at the moment. So it's weird. I don't know whether they've throttled me back because of the recent COVID stuff that I did. Videos, maybe. You can't win in this world. Yeah. Oh well, such is life. Yeah, he'll be on in about 15 minutes. Oh, what am I saying? God. I'm wearing the wrong glasses, aren't I? God. Yes. Anyway, we started early. Oh, gotchas. I got myself, didn't I? Oh, fuck. Uh, yes, in my hurry to put on a new T-shirt because I spilt milk over it, and in all that rush, and I put on the wrong pair at the time. So yeah, shit happens. It's getting a bit on the cooler side. We do have major electronics and white goods storage in Australia. Shortage, I mean, in Australia, yeah, because a lot of it comes from China. That's why. Even the European stuff, a lot of it gets manufactured in China, rebranded as a European. So yeah. Look, I had to wait for my washing machine 5 weeks. So I've actually, how much since Friday? I've washed about on and off. You know, it's been exhausting the last yesterday and the Friday, yesterday, and parts of today. I've got another batch over there that I just brought out, and I've got it in this room because it's a bit on the warmer side, closer to the heater, and so. But yeah, it took me bloody 5 weeks before I got my new washing machine. I was hoping that the new feature, because it's got like an air de-dampener type thing, so you wash them, and then you actually do a 30-minute de-damp where it reduces the dampness. I thought it would reduce the dampness. I mean, I know that it's not a dryer, but I thought it would reduce the dampness even more. But look, it's not too bad. I mean, if you actually late in the evening, like last night when I did those other videos, I had my last laundry batch that came out, and I actually hung it all up. And the next morning, it was nearly, dry. It took until the afternoon before it dried. So it doesn't do a bad job, but I'm sort of, I thought it would do more. But anyway, so be it. It just seems to basically have reduced the sort of drying by probably about 6 hours, where it would have been the same. But, oh well. As they say, beggars can't be choosers. So, yes. So I know what you mean. Yeah, it was a long bloody wait. I was getting, because I've realized that I've got about 7 weeks worth of clothing for winter. I've got shitloads of summer clothing. I'm surprised I've got so much t-shirts and so much summer clothing, but I realized winter clothing, I was sort of struggling on the shirts, and I was struggling long sleeve shirts and for work, and enough trousers and stuff like that. So yeah, it was a bit of a struggle, but yes, I did make it in the end. So without turning up at work in my undies. Anyway. Yes. Guess what I use nowadays? A stand-up desk. I bought a stand-up desk for work, for home as well. Haven't set it up yet, but yes, I'm still cleaning out that bloody room. It's too much shit. Oh, God. Anyway, we'll get there eventually. Hopefully, I'm probably a bit tomorrow, and I hopefully should be finished by next week. I'm going to take an extra flex day. I've got shitloads I've done so much extra hours in the last couple of weeks. I've accumulated. I've got enough time to take 3 days off. I'm taking Monday off, and then I've got enough flex time to take another 2, but I'm going to keep it. And I'll still probably end up the month, which is the next week, middle of that, I'll end up close to still having about probably about 8 hours or 9 hours. So still another day's time. So yes. So I didn't realize it, because so many training and so many other shit that I did been in quite a few hours. Didn't realize that at work. Yes, burning the midnight oil at work. But it's well worth it. I've nearly finished one of the projects that I was doing, which is bloody good. I'm hopefully, how many I've got? About 3, so early in August. So early in August, I should be finishing through my major training schedule as well. So, which will be good. And hopefully, I've trained those people well enough to basically not have to worry with too much fallout in terms of results that I get back from them. So, yes, one can only hope. Because otherwise, if you don't train people properly, you end up with more work having to deal with the fallout shit. Yes, been there. Yes, that definitely that bully Ansel Keys is very nasty individual, very much so. Smart smug. Smug, sorry. My brain's elsewhere. You are smart as well. Smugly. Yes. Nothing like it. Yep, it was I got to that. I'm getting there. Yes, poor man's food. Beans, yes. Yes. Or fart food, as well-known plant-based fart food. Yes, that cheap stuff. Yes, it can be a problem if it's got fillers. Speaking of lamb, during the Universiad in Yugoslavia in 1987, foreigners that came here thought that every second place is called Janjentina because the road signs actually means lamb. Okay. Oh, there you go. Didn't know that. Thanks, DC. I know someone was talking about vitamin D levels. One study I read said 97% of people to hit levels they wanted, they would have to take 10,000 IUs, but I know you have vitamin A concerns. Yep, I do. And I usually balance my 10,000 IUs because I do take 10,000 IUs. I just, look, I usually, when people say, what should I take? I usually say 5,000 IUs. Now, why do I do that? It's because I don't know what else they're eating. So recommending like higher doses where they can get a vitamin A, vitamin D imbalance is sort of, maybe I should be asking the question, how much vitamin A do you consume? Are you balancing out your vitamin A with your vitamin D to some extent? It's more to basically, to cover myself in a sense, Bert. It's not that, and that's why I usually say to other people, I say, what do I do? Well, I eat eggs. I eat a bit of liver. I have some cod liver oil now and then. And I have 10,000 IUs, or get a lot of sun exposure in the summer. So I do all that sort of stuff, and that's what I do. And that's what I say to people to do is if they want to follow my sort of approach. But what do I recommend? That's a different question altogether. What one recommends is like, okay, you're recommending something. It's like a doctor, saying, what do you recommend? They're going to follow the guidelines because they don't want to be caught out. They're not. So recommending 5,000 IUs is like, it's a safe thing because I don't know what other things you're eating. You may be only eating steaks all day and you don't like eggs, you don't like cod liver oil, you don't like liver, you don't like any of those things. You're not eating, you're trying to lose a bit of weight, you're not eating as lean, and you could potentially cause yourself a retinol or vitamin A deficiency. So by taking 10,000 IUs every day and a bit of a sun exposure as well. So I have to sort of temper it back for the general people. But generally, if people are basically getting in, because even in the sun, if you're out in the sun, you will get on a sunny day anywhere between 10 and 20,000 IUs. The difference is the speed that it comes in, because there's a rate limiting enzymes for it to be converted to be stored as 25-OHD. There is a rate limiting how quick that happens. So in a supplement, it comes in really fast, where through the sun and skin, it comes in much slower and it's stored, and you don't have as much free floating vitamin D in the blood stream at any one time in that regard. And that's why I sort of play it safe myself, because I have a lot of retinol rich foods, animal foods. I don't care. Yeah, but that's what I do. But I also have a lot of dairy products which in my diet, which also give me a lot of retinol. Eggs give me a lot of retinol. Liver once or twice a week give me a lot of retinol. Not large amounts, but small amounts, of liver. But that actually adds up. So it all balances out pretty well. So I don't have any concerns. But I do have concerns recommending, more than 5,000 I use to people who may take it but may not do some of the other stuff. And in the short term, it may not be a problem, but if they're doing that for a very long time, including summer and all that, because sometimes people, they just do strange things. You tell them one thing to do and they just continue doing certain things. And it's sort of, it's like a safety for me in that regard. There are certain things you can modulate and all that and vary throughout the year and all that, but, not everybody's got the same level of knowledge or understanding to basically manage these things in a proper way. And it's sort of me playing it safe, so to speak, is why I recommend one thing and I do another thing, if that makes sense for you. Anyway. But I'm just being honest with you, that's the way it goes. Yes, those days, yes, it definitely was a bit like that. Needing to take 10,000 vitamin D is a lot. I wonder if needing these amounts are directly correlated with poor health of the general population, metabolic syndrome, and so on. I'm actually taking at the moment 10,000 IUs for a number of reasons. One, we're in a COVID environment. I want to have in winter, I always take 10,000 IUs. In spring and autumn, I take so summer, I take none out in the sun. In the early part of autumn, I take absolutely none. Like the first 2 weeks, it's still quite sunny. Sometimes even the first month of autumn is quite sunny. No vitamin D at all. I take no supplementation. In the second month, I probably take this is what I used to do, 2,000 IUs. In the month close to winter, I used to take about 4,000. And then through the entire winter, I would take about 5,000 or 6,000, depending on if I'd run out of the 5,000 ones, I'd take 3 of the 2,000 ones. So that's what I did through winter. And then when it came into spring, I was still taking the same dosage as winter the first month. The second month, I'd reduce down to 2,000. And then the last month, as we're getting into summer, like May, I may not take any at all. And then, I'll try to maximize the sun, get out in the sun more. So I used to vary it in that regard. So I used to do about 5,000 IUs in the past. Through COVID period, because of that, I've tried to keep my levels at the top of the normal range. And I've balanced that with cod liver oil. So I've been taking cod liver oil at the same time, So I've been getting at least, about 3,000 IUs out of the cod liver oil, plus whatever I get from the food, which gets me up to, 5,000 or 6,000 IUs, and it balances it out beautifully. So I don't have any problems with that. No concerns. My liver is not damaged, is in good nick. And when your liver is in good nick, it has massive storage capacity of vitamin A, and there's no problem whatsoever. It's only a damaged liver that can actually release, so damaged liver, that's a different thing. I usually get people to fix their livers first with a whole lot of things like alpha lipoic acid and a whole lot of, and another complete different protocol to fix their liver. And then I switch them over to these other things. So it depends in that regard, Bjorn. But I don't really fear fat-soluble vitamins like a number of people. If I get basically like a severe respiratory infection, I'll go for about 3 days on 50,000 IUs, and then I'll drop down to 20 for the remainder of the week, and then I'll go back to 10. So I'll go really hard to try and get as much, because you're going to be activating large parts of your immune system. And even through winter, there is a lot of viral colds around and stuff like that. You're always getting the sniffles or whatever. And I can tell you, your immune system is always being, to some extent, you're getting some level of activation. So that additional free vitamin D, it'll fill up all those receptors. So it's less of a concern in that regard, and in particular in this environment. In the past, I would have stuck to 5,000 IUs. In the COVID environment, I stick to 10,000 just to be on the safe side. So if I do get COVID, it's not going to cause me a lot of health issues, because I had about a decade ago, a lot of scarring, not only my heart condition, but also scarring of my left lung, quite severe scarring, So, I mean, even the doctors were worried about cancer of my actual lung. And the last test that I did was 2018. It's come down quite a bit, and it's still coming down. And so I'm reversing a lot of that. And so for me, vitamin D is really important because it really helps with regulating the collagen degrading enzymes in the lungs. So I prioritize that and together with alpha lipoic acid and things like taurine. I haven't used alpha lipoic acid now for a while. It was primarily used for the liver issue. And now I'm just using the taurine primarily to deal with all the fibrotic tissue, to break that up, the glassing effect, and slowly try to restore my lung function. It's way better than it used to be. I used to struggle to get up a couple of flights of stairs. So now I can actually jog up from the ground floor to the 9th floor. So completely different lung capacity. So yeah, there's a whole lot of reasons. We all start deranged and wrecked to different degrees, And so, yeah, I'm still fixing myself as well on a whole lot of fronts. I'm getting there. I'm getting better every year. And that's the main thing. I'm on the right trajectory. But, we all come to the low carb community of whatever flavor you end up in. But we all come as a consequence of, a lot of health problems. And I had a packet of them. I can tell you, plenty of issues to deal with. So, yeah. Yes, in that regard. Nothing like good foreign credit. Yes, when somebody needs you, throwing money at you. Yeah, that as well. Especially nowadays. Yeah, I mean, in the past, people were just outdoors all the time. I mean, even in summer now, people are suboptimal. Most people, and I was either as well. Guilty as charged. I was basically used to stay indoors and avoid the sun as well, quite a bit. And yes, but eventually, yeah, it's a big factor. And especially if you've got darker skin, You need to be out there for 6 hours. For somebody who's got very light, fair skin like I have, or you've got, Bjorn, 30 minutes, you get 10,000 IUs in summer. Somebody with a darker skin, like let's say from the Horn of Africa, 6 hours. Now, that person is living, let's say, in somewhere like in Sweden, where a lot of the people from Horn of Africa had bigger death rates in terms of COVID. Those people that were very deficient in vitamin D, traditionally they wouldn't have to have done that. They were living the Horn of Africa in basically an environment which they got bathed in UV all day. And then they moved to a place like Sweden, indoors, office. Those people need to be on vitamin D supplementation all year round, because their skin pigmentation is just going to prevent them from getting any real good levels. It's just the reality, So same thing with a lot of people who are in like North America, who basically have got, especially in the northern states of the US and Canada, who have got darker skin, who have got ancestry from the African continent. Again, they're in the same boat. You need to basically, people who come from Southeast Asia that live in those sort of areas, they probably, their skin tone isn't as dark, but they probably still need at least 3 hours. Are they getting 3 hours in the sun? Probably not. So, and that's the problem, that if you come from an environment where your skin is darker, you're going to have problems getting sufficient. So, yes. These are the problems that we face. Yes, same smug. We've all had pimples at some point. I used to have quite a few in my stomach when I enjoyed the carbs. Yes. Actually, also, I have to say, beer used to probably also cause pimples on my stomach as well. Yes, those nasty, nasty beer carbs. Yes. G'day, Tom. Good to see you, mate. I'm glad you're here as well. Vitamin D from the sun needs 48 hours to be absorbed and can be washed if you take a shower with soup. Yes, so true, so true. Look, you don't lose all of it. I mean, I've mentioned this before, that that it does take time, and and soaping and stuff like that will wash it, but you just still get some. Most animals in the past used to lick, or still do, they lick their hair follicles, and that's how they get a lot of their vitamin D absorbed orally, in a sense, by licking their skins, their hair and stuff like that, and they get some absorbed, but much slower because it takes longer to come down the hair follicles and all that. But they're not washing either. Now, ancestors didn't really wash, I can tell you. So, yes. So it is excessive washing is a problem as well. That does create issues. So, yes. Very much so. But you will absorb, and it's not 48 hours. It basically, you will absorb from the moment you start your you're exposing your hands or legs or whatever parts of the body to the sun. That skin itself will start producing, and then again, it's also determined by how much cholesterol, because cholesterol, it's actually made from cholesterol directly. Just a small bit gets cleaved off to make it into cholesterol, from cholesterol into vitamin D. So, yeah, there's that issue, but it does absorbs slowly over a number of hours in that regard. So what you may not get is the maximum amount, and you may end up washing it off because it is, soap can break down anything which is fat soluble based, and it's one of those things. So yes, a bit of a problem. I tend to basically, when I wash very early in the morning, and now I'm getting into a few details. In the evening, I usually go to bed just like that and wake up. So 24 hours at least, I haven't washed unless I'm going to have sex. So only then do I wash in the evening. So yeah. Yes, I can only blame my extracurricular activities for reducing my vitamin D absorption, DJ projectus. Yes, the things we do, how we suffer for pleasures of the flesh. G'day, Soza. Good to see you, mate. Any thoughts on red light therapy? Yep, good stuff. Yeah, you can buy those. Yep, it's good. In the morning, the best time to get out, and because red light remember, I've got red lights in, sort of came across a bit different, but anyway, you know what I mean. I've got red lights in my bedroom, and that's a small one. I need to replace. I've got the main one I need to replace because I've got like a small side thing, but I need to, which is, you could switch on to be able to see and walk at night. And I've got a main one in the that's not plugged into the power, but is the actual in a light socket. So in the toilet, in the living sort of area, but in this sort of part, it's all sort of the orange ones, which is the ones until the evening, and then you want to switch over to the other ones. Yeah, I know. Richard, thanks. Yeah, that sort of red light district. Yeah. My home looks like one, like a brothel. Oh, God. Oops, that slipped out. Anyway, let's move on. Look, red light does actually improve the electron chain, the performance of the electron chain. So it does improve the performance of complex 4 and increases the general performance of the electron chain to produce more energy. Now, what is the best time to access this sort of therapeutic light? It's sort of in the early hours, because you can actually get it. Let's say you go out when the early hours of the day, like dusk and dawn. So our dusk and dawn sort of situation in Hobart is about 7 o'clock in the morning to about, because it's winter here now, to 5:30 in the evening, which is the sort of that time. And those times are sort of the best to go out. One, because you sync and you reset your circadian rhythms, which is really good for night sleep and general functioning throughout the day. The other thing is it also has those positive effects. I always say that it's that a combination of things. You can't do like a red light therapy, or as Jack Cruz would say, be out in the sun and, suck in those rays and all that, and you're going to get 30% of your energy if you're in the tropics. Well, not all of us can live in the tropics, but even if we were living there are plenty of people obese and diabetic in the tropics who are eating species inappropriate foods and still getting sick. What it means is you can get away with a few more indiscretions in those parts of the world, but, you can't do it. There is some benefits from red light therapy, but I think sometimes it's a bit, it all helps. Exercise, fasting, good sleep, all these things help. But sometimes I think the claims are way beyond what really is realized. Yes, you'll get some benefits, but I think you'll get more benefits from a good diet than you'll get from red light therapy or anything else. So diet for me is the tops. Get it that right. The other parts are complementary, is the way I see red light, earthing, all these things. I see them as complementary things that just make things better, make us better. Yes. G'day, AG. Back to the Harry session 2 of the day. Good to see you, mate. Yes. So basically that's my view on that. Anyway, from my understanding, it would be subdermal process, DJ, you made cholesterol, yep. So unlikely to be washed away. Yes, but at the same time, it sort of starts at the follicles, and then it sort of slowly gets affected. So you do get some at those follicle levels, and that's because that was the way ancestrally we produced a lot of it, and that's how a lot of animals do. It's not from the skin, but from the follicles. We still have some of that. So not all of it, yes, subdermally as well, but we also have a lot that's actually produced in the follicles as well. So in that regard, it's a combination, and it's not as bad as one thinks. So I'll give you an example. Lukey, he washes every day, a number of times. He lives in the tropics. He was out sunbaking all the time, not taking supplements, sunbaking. He got his vitamin D up to the high normal. So it was basically taking 48 hours to absorb. That's why I said it doesn't take 48 hours. From the moment you actually get your skin exposed, you're absorbing. It just depends on the rate that you absorb, depends on your pigmentation, skin pigmentation, the amount of cholesterol you have in your diet, how fast do you produce it, how much do you produce? So if you don't have enough cholesterol, are you going to produce enough? Probably not. So there's a lot of factors at play. And that's right. You're right, Richard. Yeah, very much. You forced me to give a more complete answer. Very much so. But, I'm not recommending people go around and start licking themselves. Animals do that. I think we get more than enough absorption, and, because you can actually produce through the day, anywhere in summer, anywhere between 10,000 to 20,000 IUs. So let's say you didn't shower at all. You didn't at all. You basically just sat in the sun. You would probably get the 20,000, and slowly that would get converted and stored and all that. By washing yourself and all that, you're probably getting half of that, or maybe a bit less, depending on what you're doing. So is it that bad? It varies so much. And do we have any studies? Actually, we don't have any studies whatsoever. So we could be all wrong, guys. Rich could be wrong. I could be wrong. We all could be wrong on this. DJ projectors could be wrong and all that. So the reality is we don't have any studies whatsoever. So our views on how this happens is based on anecdotes, on people basically sunbaking and then having their vitamin D levels tested. And I know from my own experience, because when I was in the tropics, I was constantly showering about 3 times a day. I still had good vitamin D levels when I got myself tested. So it wasn't having a negative effect. So I think it's a continuous thing that happens. I don't think it's basically like an on-off thing. I don't believe that. I think it's a continuous process, and you need cholesterol. But do these other factors affect the absorption? There seems to be some anecdotal evidence to show that it does. but it's so varied, we don't really have solid stuff. So if I'm going to say anything to be definitive, we don't really have any solid stuff. But if I'm going to say anything, I'm going to leave it to people to decide whether they want to shower more or less. Yeah, just make your own choice on that. I don't think it has a massive effect. I think you lose some, don't get me wrong. You'll lose some at the hair follicles. You'll lose some but I don't think you'll lose massive amounts. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that. A lot of us could be wrong because we just don't know. I actually searched this years ago. I tried to search it thoroughly to try and get, but I couldn't actually find any decent science. It's all observational crap, all this sort of people having opinions and all that. At the end of the day, I think that I've always had vitamin D levels like in the mid-range. Now, the only person that I know in my life who has basically both washed himself twice a day and done a lot of sunbaking and has a darker complexion than me is Luke Gear from Brazil. You know, that usually he's on and he's now got vitamin D levels at the top of the normal range, which is really high. It's really fixed up all his autoimmune issues because vitamin D plays a big role in regulating the immune system. So it's fixed up all his autoimmunity that he had. But, so that's all I've got. Now, is he a one-off, an N of one that I'm not or the rest of us aren't? Is he just got some freak genetics or something that allows him to absorb at a much higher rate and he doesn't lose any? I don't know. So that's the only example I've got. I can't use myself as an example because I've basically had an inconsistent pattern. So I can't really say, yes, I've got any good evidence. But, I know that we lose a bit. But it's unclear. I don't know. It's a hard one. I'm not too concerned. Let's put it that way. If you're out in the sun a number of hours, and I wouldn't worry too much about the washing. Let's put it that way. You're going to lose some potentially. I hope somebody does an experiment one of these days and actually really tells us exactly what really happens. A proper experiment. And if anybody knows of any proper experiment on this subject, please let us know. I'd love to be corrected. Anyway, I have a question part here. These lights are fine-tuned to certain nanometer waves, yes, like the UVB, slightly above and under those frequencies, also out to work. I don't have any red light equipment at home. I don't have any UV panels at home, UVB panels. I don't have any of that. I take supplements, or I get out in the sun in most parts of the year for as much as I can. And I've sort of got lights for circadian rhythms, and that's about it. I earth myself occasionally as much as possible, but that's as far as I go in that regard. I've always been a bit wary of something that has only some frequencies and other frequencies, and I've actually seen some level of observational research. There is no experimental research, but observational research, so it could be complete shit, that seems to indicate that some of these things may be causing problems. Now, it could be that these people, because you're actually getting the red frequencies from the UVA, when you've got UVA out, you're also getting that red near infrared spectrum and all that, you actually lose that. You get getting more blue light. And it may be, when you go into one of these UVB type, sunbeds and all that, or have these UVB sun lamps and stuff like that, you're not getting the protective effect of the red light that's sort of dealing with some of the stress. But then again, it could be other factors, because we know that niacin plays a very important role in skin protection and protection in general from oxidative damage from UV and many other things. So there's that angle to it. Are you getting enough niacin in your diet? Are you eating enough pork? Is the question, the operative question. So that's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is that UV, is how many other things have you got in your diet? Do you have, let's say, seed oils, so it'll make you more susceptible to burning, lower retinol. There's so many bloody factors. This is the problem with a lot of these observational studies. There's no real good experimental evidence that I can actually point to say yep and all that. But I sort of go back to sort of the first principle and say, how naturally would I get my UVB? I'd get it with UVA, and I'd get it with all these other frequencies. I think I'd rather get it like that. But it may not, UVB lamps may not be a problem. But then again, they could be. You could probably mitigate it with a red light in the area where you do it. So that's an option. I mean, have we actually got experimental evidence to say that if I use a UVB lamp with a red light, that would be okay? Maybe. But there's no experimental evidence to basically say that. So, hard to say. If anybody has any knowledge of any experimental stuff that's actually been conducted using these different wavelengths, I'd love to see it, but it has to be clinical, has to be properly done. Otherwise, it's pretty much useless, but I would love to know. That's why I've been saying, Smug, I've been very lukewarm about recommending some of these devices. You don't hear me saying, get a UV lamp or get this or that. And it's not that I don't think that there may be something in them, because there is definitely, some of these frequencies have a positive effect on the human body. That's not it. I don't have the supporting evidence to basically definitively say, yep, this is safe, no problems, go for it. So as I said, if we don't know, it's better to just say to people, look, we just don't know. We don't have enough experimental evidence. You're going to have to take a risk if you want to go down that path on your own. Yes, exactly. Yeah, you're probably right, Alex. You're probably right. Probably a lot of that other stuff maybe nonsense. I haven't seen any experimental evidence to show. If anybody knows of any experiment where they've actually had people not shower, being out in the sun, not showering, and then basically showering and having the same level of exposure, and then having them test from baseline where their vitamin D levels to see what happens after a number of weeks, that would be really interesting. If anybody knows of any research of that sort, that would basically really tell us for certain, whether it is a bullshit thing, this showering thing, or not. It would be interesting to know. Anyway, as I said, there's a lot of things so many things. If I had the ability to influence research, there's so many questions I would basically try and research, because there's shitloads of things we don't have answers for. Real experimental. There's a lot of anecdotes, but experimental, and how confounded are a lot of those anecdotes. So if anybody comes across any good data, please send it my way. I'm always interested. Regarding desk height, there are people like Aaron Alexander that advocate learning to sit on the ground, supposedly great for hips, mobility, prevention of osteosclerosis, etc. I wouldn't say heart conditions, there are seed oils and a whole lot of other things, around cycle and all that cause a lot of those problems. I think that's a bit of a stretch to say that that your posture is going to improve your arteriosclerosis, stuff like that. That's a bit, crack pottery. But some of the other stuff I would agree. Yeah, a lot of us, if you take a look at most people around the world, they squat and they also sit on their in that sort of on the ground in that, and they don't have a lot of these musculoskeletal issues that people that sit on a sit like I'm doing at the moment have. So yeah, there probably is something in that. But again, we don't have experimental evidence. We've just got anecdotes on that as well. It's like a lot of things, which we experiment on a whole lot of useless drugs like statins, but we have no really experimental stuff on other things. But yes. Yes, that's an option. That's an anecdote as well, Richard. Yeah, it's hard to say with some of these sort of things. Yeah, it probably is. It probably is, it's probably another one of those things that are out there that are just basically, people swear by it. People say, "Oh, I've actually done my vitamin D tests and I've actually seen better results without washing." There's so many N of ones these, but there's no experimental evidence, and that's what I'm saying there. I can point to a lot of non-experimental N of ones, but at the end of the day, we still need experimental evidence. And as Bart would say, when it comes to diet, when it comes to a lot of these things, we've got fuck all long-term experimental evidence. So it's where it is where what it is, and we can only try and discover small bits of the truth, or let's say valuable information that can probably help each other, sort of get the word around. But yeah, I mean, I would love to see somebody. I'm actually thinking about, it's really hard for me to do it because I have to go to work. You can't go smelly to work. You know what I mean? But if, somebody's actually living out in, let's say, the Whoop Whoop lands and doesn't really give a shit, hardly actually sees anyone, and you want to do an experiment like, say, okay, I'm going to basically shower every day diligently multiple times, expose myself for the same amount of time in the sun every single day in, like, let's say, July and August. And July, they do it without showering, and August, they do it with showering. And they get themselves tested at the beginning and at the end to see what changes have actually happened. Or basically, even the best thing would be 1 year for 1 month doing it without showering, and then waiting for the other year. That would actually be even better, because you'd have like, you'd have like a cleanup. Because sometimes when you get to a very high level of vitamin D, you plateau out. The body sort of, so it's a good idea to get a low level before, in the early parts of like the summer, and then do the experiment, maybe in June, do the experiment, and then next year do it again while showering continuously, and actually see what results do you get from baseline. How many nanograms does it go up? That would be an experiment, and it would be very insightful to find out, what actually happens. What are your levels? So, yeah, volunteers. I know I'm not going to get any women that are going to volunteer for this, but there may be the occasional male. Glad to know you watched. Don't need to know the adult details, dude. I'll try and keep it. Yes. We've got a volunteer. Jay, good to see you, mate. After I hear about yes. Oh, God. Yes, he's double dipping. Turns up here to double dip. Self-licking concept. Yeah, well, could be you could be into those fetishes, Richard. I don't know, mate. I like to lick other things, but I won't go into that either. God. What are your thoughts on GFG going down on a carnivore diet, but this being done due to increased muscle mass and protein intake? Can you check cysteine, and if this is optimal, still have good function? Actually, I've seen a lot of variations, AG, a lot of variations between different people. So it's not clear slam dunk on that regard. So it also it depends on where you're starting from as well. So I'm actually looking into it at the moment to do a video on this. It's part of that, the stuff that I'm doing. I'm not going to say any more, but it's part of the stuff that I'm doing on, the protein and the muscle energetics and a couple of other things. I've got another one that I'm doing next week, which I won't mention either. That also has to do on certain important things to add with protein, but I'm not going to go into it now. That's for a video. So you're reading my mind, I suspect. So I'll leave it there, and that will be discussed in a video that's coming up. That and a couple of other things. So that's not going to be next week. That's the next week's a different focus, but this is coming in the following week. And on Monday, I'm going to do some of the myths and falsehoods of veganism. So I'm going to get my fucking act together on that one as well, because because of all the shit with the washing, all the shit with all the stuff at work and all that. It's been a bit of all over the place. So before bed, there's nothing worse than a stinky bedroom. Well, that won't be happening. That experiment won't be happening in that household. Oh, look. Yeah, you probably are. Are you getting any pleasure after it as well in the evening? I hope you are. What are your thoughts on FODMAPs, Harry? I've been reading some studies that both IBS and healthy controls have the same gas production eating FODMAPs, but the IBS groups still have symptoms, thank you, because basically there's still plenty of plants in there. Look, this sort of comes out of the Western A. Price sort of group, the FODMAP sort of diet and all that. I know the lady, she's pro animal products as the primary thing, and she tends to be a bit more carnivorish these days. I think, generally speaking, that plants are going to cause issues. If you've got a lot of issues like diverticulitis or other issues and all that, the last thing you want to do is have a whole lot of fiber going through your gut, because if you put a fiber under a microscope, you've got these little like tentacle hooks. They cut in. It's bad enough if you've got damage to your to the collagen of your gut. The best thing you can do is get rid of all that shit. And that's why people eventually wake up to themselves, start doing a carnivore diet, and actually realize great relief. And then they get a lot of amino acids in there that build up all this tissue. They're actually able to furnish their body with massive amounts of amino acids, which can then create a lot of enzymes. And all those enzymes can catalyze and build and repair and remodel and do all sorts of things in the body in different parts. And that's the whole idea. So yes, very, very important. So I would say that I'm not a big fan of FODMAPs, but if you've got a general population that is, let's say, hostile to a sort of a carnivorous lifestyle and diet, it's probably the next best thing, compared to many other approaches. It's not perfect, but it's probably better than what a lot of other people are doing out there. But at the end of the day, it's not going to fix the underlying problem. That's why FODMAPs are sort of a relief rather than a cure. It's a bit like, how people take certain medications like painkillers. It doesn't cure the pain, but it sort of provides relief. And that's what a FODMAP diet is. It's a relief diet in a sense. It sort of provides some relief from the gut problems and pain and issues. Really, you just have to get the shit out and focus on a species-appropriate diet with enough fat-soluble vitamins, water-soluble vitamins, and sufficient protein to repair that tissue. So really, that's what it is fundamentally, AG. The highest level of vitamin D levels are in European countries where it's rather cold, so diet plays just an important role. Usually, a lot of these people actually supplement. If you go to Sweden, a place like that, they supplement quite heavily. So there is that factor as well. Now, there are populations that do consume certain types of food that are very high in vitamin D, and that's true, like cod liver, pastured or foraging, that's the right word to use, foraging pork. The skin of the foraging pork is very good source of vitamin D, plus a number of fish that these people consume, also a good source of vitamin D. There is even mutton, like old aged lamb in Iceland, has got about the same level of vitamin D because of there's this hardy grass that they eat, this really deep green grass that actually tends to basically give the animals both more vitamin D and also because it's got like a vitamin D2, which gets converted by their bacteria into D3. So it's a plant, like for instance, mushrooms. If you put them under a UV lamp, they produce vitamin D2. So that sort of stuff. And so, yeah, there are sources in the food that can provide that, but the modern day people are not really eating a lot of those ancestral foods. They're or being outdoors, so they get a bit of exposure. They're pretty much supplementing a lot of them. They're office workers and all that, and a lot of them are just more up to date with the importance of vitamin D. They probably are more in Northern Europe. They're probably more aware of the need for vitamin D's because they are in much colder climate. So they automatically say, well, people that are in the Mediterranean sort of think, we don't need as much vitamin D. But the funny thing is, people in northern Italy and parts like that are actually more deficient because they're indoors most of the year, and at the same time not taking any vitamin D. So it's a complete opposite. So it's quite funny in that regard. But yes, the diet traditionally would have played a bigger role. Nowadays, it's usually the supplements that play a bigger role. Yep, all those countries. And eating eggs, slightly more of a new food item for humans to consume, or do you think we scavenged for eggs way back in the days? Thank you. Yep, we did scavenge. And there were, populations all over the world. Even in the Australian Aborigines, they used to actually, the emus that we've got down here, ostriches in Africa, and all sorts of other birds around the place. Humans have basically stolen, as the vegans would say, stolen from these poor animals, stolen their eggs. So, yes, there's been a lot of egg thievery in the history of humanity. So, no, not a problem there. So, if you take a look at the amino acid profile of eggs, it's very close to that. Like it's got a utilization of 49%, which is the same as mother's milk. That's even better than meat, which has got a utilization of 32%. So, which I've mentioned all this before, but that's the utilization is much higher in that regard. So, eggs have been a good source. Some people do react to certain types of proteins but that's a very small minority. And I don't know whether it's basically because of the modern diet and a lot of the sort of the low vitamin D levels, that they can't tolerate certain things, and there's allergens, where in the past with high vitamin D, people in Africa and elsewhere don't seem to have any issues with their allergens. So you don't get these egg allergens in. And I've always said, I think that the reason why, when we look at the Maasai kids, some of the kids that are indoors when they're at school, they're more susceptible to certain types of allergens and certain types of pathogens in the environment, which their parents aren't, and the children of the past weren't, because they also had better vitamin D status. Nowadays are indoors. And being darker skinned, you need more hours to be outdoors. They're not getting enough. They're getting only probably about 3 hours of sun rather than 6, which they need. So they are suboptimal, potentially as a consequence of making them more susceptible to not being able to have a properly regulated immune system to deal with things like allergens and also other organisms. So that's another factor at play as well. As I said, it's not a simple story when it comes to these things, but no, humans did access these foods and they are ancestral as far as I'm concerned. But I think there are the issues where immune issues are more related to our modern lifestyle, that we've actually deranged a lot of our bodies over time. Yep, exactly. Lifestyle equals good diet. Vitamin D levels. Yeah, vitamin D levels are, very important as far as I'm concerned. And yeah, spot on, Bjorn. Vitamin D is very important. Ancestrally, as I actually said earlier today, I said I believe in the SSM protocol, which is the sun, salt, and meat protocol. So I dubbed it as the SSM, and some people thought it was a sexual thing that I was actually saying. Yes, there are a few people on that earlier stream that need to get their head out of the gutter. What about things like mustard, horseradish as sauces with meals, olives, pickles? Look, I occasionally have some of this sort of stuff. I don't think it's species appropriate. Richard, the S&M protocol. Not exactly. Is that the son of masturbation protocol, mate? And getting back to what I was saying, so they are not the most egregious, but look, mustard does have some anti-nutrients, so you don't want to be using too much. It does come from a seed. Horseradish has some anti-nutrients as well, but it's not as worse as some of the others. I'm not sure about the oxalate content of horseradish, so I can't remember whether I think it's moderate, but I could be wrong. So it's not something you want to be consuming too much of. Yeah, I do like occasional. Today, Dad always has pickled cucumbers, you know, and they're all, you know, the traditional fermented, raw, pickled cucumbers, organic, no pasteurization. It's just raw in that regard. So it's all got all the good lactobacillus bacteria and all that sort of strains, which is really good for your gut. But the acid-loving stuff. And, you know, I don't have really a problem with all that. But are they optimal? Does the body really require a lot of this stuff? Not really. But do we like to add a few things? Wacky toast. Harry, you lie. I went out in the sun and got sunburn. You did it wrong, Wacky. You did it wrong. You've still probably got some seed oil in your skin. You wacky toaster. Yes. My longest, I used to get sunburned within about half an hour in the past. Now my longest that I've actually stayed in direct sun, and a number of my friends can testify to that, is basically 5 hours. 5 hours, didn't get burnt. So, but that's because I have good levels of retinol in my diet. I have good levels of niacin in my diet, which is protective against UV damage. And I've eliminated those seed oils, and I've actually used low doses of vitamin E for a very long time, nearly a decade. I don't use it anymore, but in order as to turn over and clear out stored oxidized and damaged PUFA that came from all those indiscretions of the past, all the seed oils and crap that I consumed. You've probably still got a bit in your system, mate. You're a bit soft, are you? Oh, well, you know, you're a soft toaster. What do you expect? I mean, you're a toaster, mate. You've toasted yourself. Probably, we probably scavenged eggs for a very long time. No major danger, exactly. Easy to crack with our equipment, just in my opinion. Exactly. Yes. I mean, I've seen tribal people actually crack, and I mean, the Sand people of the Kalahari, Samburu people, what they do is they take ostrich eggs, which they've consumed the inside, and they actually put water, which is deuterium depleted water from plants, which they actually just crush and get all the juices out of the leaves, and they put that into the actual ostrich egg. And there are certain plants that even the Maasai and the Hunza as well actually use. I mean, the Hunza tribe, Mary Ruddock was going through an area, and they actually pointed out they actually stopped and actually used some of these plants. Remember, they get UV and depleted. The water in there is depleted. It's really low in deuterium. It's close to, you know, around the 100-odd, 102, 103 or whatever. It's much lower. You know, we're talking about much lower fractionation. Depending on how close to the equator you are and how much UV the leaves have got, it can vary the fractionation, but the more UV interaction, the less deuterium in there. So that's their source of water. So most water that is accessed by tribal people is probably that is actually to some extent depleted. It's probably around about the 130 odd or whatever. But there is some stuff that is down to close to 100. One is some of the cactus varieties are, and that's what those loving camels consume. They love those cactus, and they get some of the lowest deuterium water. Plus, they've got that hump with a lot of low deuterium. I've talked about the camels before. They literally drop dead, and you don't even know their age. The reason why the Arabs say, do not take a camel and go out on your own into the desert. You don't know how old it is, and it may drop dead on you. So, yes, let that be a lesson to you. So, yeah, it's all that sort of stuff. Humans make cholesterol. Humans make glucose. How can we differentiate the argument that cholesterol is still essential to get from the diet? I am pro-cholesterol, just thinking about the argument. Basically, AG, you know, humans, yes, 85% is made endogenously, but you do have to furnish the body with certain types of materials. to make cholesterol. Cholesterol is just not made magically out of nothing. You still have to provide, things like saturated fats are an important element and precursor for the production of cholesterol. And there's a number of other enzymes, and those enzymes require protein. So you don't have sufficient protein, you can't produce enough. So there are a whole lot of factors. So nutrients, if you deprive your body of key nutrients, you're not going to be able to produce as efficiently enough as somebody else. So yes, all that. So what do you do when you actually eat cholesterol? What's the advantage of eating cholesterol rather than actually having it produced by the body? Well, the advantage is your body doesn't have to produce as much. Just think of it. If my body is producing less cholesterol and I'm eating shitloads of cholesterol, automatically the body basically can use all that equipment to do other things, repair, fix things, change things, remodel things. So it's the same thing, like I say to people, taurine, the biosynthesis drops. Why does the biosynthesis drops? If you ask anybody, why does the biosynthesis of taurine drop? Nobody has an answer. Everybody goes quiet. You ask that question, everybody goes quiet. And I go, why would it happen? Now, let's take a look at what happens in the body generally. We don't see these declines happening at the same rate in people who, like the Maasai or people like that. They remain robust until the end. They don't lose their marbles. They don't become sarcopenic. They don't actually lose any of this sort of stuff. So what's happening? You've got to use a bit of logic. And my logic is the following. What's happening is basically these people are getting in the diet taurine. They're getting enough taurine to fix things, to fix fibrotic tissue, to clean out beta amyloid out of the brain so they don't go crazy or, weird or demented, and doing a whole lot of other things. So, and they're on an ancestral diet, so they're not creating a whole lot of senescent cells. But if you're creating a whole lot of senescent cells, that means you're producing more CD38. That degrades NAD. You're reducing your NAD production, less energy, you can do less things. So the body's generally is going to go down on a number of things. So when that level goes down, it goes down endemically in all these systems. They sort of down regulate what they can do. And that is how the slow decline happens. And then it picks up pace as more senescence builds up in the system. But see, that's why we decline like that, and our levels of NAD go down because CD38 goes up, which is a protective mechanism, but still it's because too much senescent cells. But at the same time, that means the body's got less capacity to deal with producing enough taurine. Less taurine, clearing out beta amyloid. Now, obviously, again, another thing that actually inhibits beta amyloid is zinc, which comes from animal foods primarily. But at the same time, if you're not getting enough zinc to sort of inhibit too much excessive beta amyloid, and you're not basically getting enough taurine to break it down, you're not on an ancestral diet, so to speak, then you're going to have problems, and that's how, these people make the arguments, oh, the body can produce this and produce that. Yes, but you know what? Your body still needs help. The more you give it, the less it has to do. The less it has to do, the less wear and tear. Just think of it. You give you actually overwork any system, you're going to break it, or you're going to wear it out. Our body's no different. Senescence is basically cells being worn out. So the more you give it a species-appropriate diet, the less wear and tear that body, the less work it has to do to produce the cholesterol, to produce the taurine, to produce all these things. And the less inappropriate stuff you're putting there to deplete a lot of this sort of stuff and put a lot of stress on the system, the less you have to take in to basically support all that and repair and everything else. So there is good reasons for longevity. If you take a look at like centenarians tend to basically have much higher cholesterol levels. They naturally can produce higher levels of cholesterol because they've got certain genes that actually encourage some of that sort of stuff. They tend to have much higher rates of, production of sulfur amino acids like, taurine. A lot of things that they tend to be able to do better. They tend to be able to run in this lower, a slightly elevated reverse T3 and a much cooler, lower rate without being deleterious in terms of their thyroid function. So everything is not overly, pushed to the max, so to speak. So this also reduces a lot of wear and tear. And I think that pushes them out to basically be able to survive way better. So there's a whole lot of reasons for that. So it's a complicated story, but I say that by eating species appropriate, what you're doing is you're giving the body a lot of the materials that it needs. Meat needs meat, I usually say. That's a sort of a simplistic sort of way of putting it, but you furn it, you give the stuff that the body needs to build the tissue that you've got and repair it and all that. And you're going to tax the system less. You tax the system less, it's going to last longer. So, that's how I see it in those sort of terms. Anybody can make any reductionist argument. Oh, your body creates it. Yeah, whatever. Your body does a lot of things, but, if you can help it along, you're going to basically keep it lasting longer. So that's my sort of a opinion on that. And it's a credible argument. And their argument is just a nonsense argument, because you only have to see how they break down when they avoid cholesterol and their tissue breaks down and they age faster and they look like shit. Some of them are younger, or many decades younger than me, and look absolutely older than me. That's how bad they get eventually. So, yes. Inuit had perfect vitamin D levels, and they live in the Arctic and are covered in clothes all year. That's true. But do you know what they eat? That's the important thing. Two important elements. A lot of people think, oh, yeah, the Inuit fish, that's the sort of the comical sort of, opening up a hole in the water and actually fishing. That's the typical thing, how we know the Inuit. No. What's their main fat source? Where does it come from? Seal. They kill seals. We know that. What is seal skin? Very much like the pig skin and the whale skin. They also kill whales and actually eat whales. All their food is cooked in the actual fat of seals, and seal fat is very high in vitamin D. That's why. So they get their vitamin D from seal fat and to a lesser extent of whale fat, but the majority comes from seal fat. And seal fat is one of the highest sources of vitamin D. And if you're cooking all your foods every single day, all your meals in seal fat, and you're consuming large amounts of it, what do you think is going to happen? You're going to get a lot of vitamin D, and that's exactly where their source comes from. So yes, nothing magical. Theirs primarily does come from food, from specific foods. And it's the same thing why people ask me, why do you buy foraged pork? Because basically it's higher in vitamin D. So I buy certain things because they are more ancestrally appropriate foods and all that. And so, yes, that's why you can be in that sort of environment. But today's Inuit that live in small little shanty towns on the edges of some of these big cities and are eating a lot of kibble, they are definitely unhealthy and very low in vitamin D and have a lot of health problems. But the ones that are actually still living ancestrally and knocking off the occasional seal and getting good nutrition from them, yeah, they do pretty well in that regard. They do have very good levels. That's true. and that's primarily from seal fat. It's nothing like having cholesterol. And if you have excess that the body doesn't need, all it does is it excretes it out in the feces. So you don't really have to care. The body actually can work out how much it wants to take and how much it doesn't. I don't really worry about those things too much in that regard, but I give it a bit more so it doesn't have to make as much. It seems to. It's one of those things that I'm not as convinced with some of the research in this area. I don't think it's a panacea, so to speak. I think ultimately the best way of avoiding advanced glycation end products is basically eating a species appropriate diet and not having to take anything and keeping the sugars to endogenously produced inside us when we need it, demand driven, and not having to worry about these things at all. And the other advantage of that is that when you're in that sort of state, you naturally increase your endogenous glutathione production. Yes, and I would prioritize eggs, not only for the cholesterol, but also for the selenium. Selenium is very important for glutathione. And intracellular antioxidants like superoxide dismutase and glutathione, are real important, scavengers and real important electron donors to basically stabilize tissue, refresh vitamin C and vitamin E, which is in the cells or embedded in the cells, the different fractions of vitamin E types. So my sort of view is there's a lot of things that we could use out there. I mean, could it have some usefulness? I see other things like alpha-lipoic acid being much more important. If I'm going to deal with advanced glycation end products, I would get alpha-lipoic acid. It's a master electron donor, and it's actually been shown clinically to basically reverse major issues, health issues, like people in I think, I'm trying to remember now, God, you got me thinking. It was in Texas. There was a university hospital there. In May, I can't remember, was it Houston? God, I can't remember. But they actually, these guys turned up in the hospital with severe sort of damage to their livers because they'd consumed some mushrooms that were, toxic mushrooms, dangerous mushrooms, because they just didn't know what they were picking and what they were, so they picked the wrong stuff. And a young sort of research doctor there who had been experimenting with a lot of things, the senior doctor there said, he's all yours. He thought, because he was quite cocky, he thought that, you'd give him a challenge that he would fail and he would learn from it, that, you can't save everyone and you can't, But he actually looked at the literature, came across certain experiments that had been done in animals and decided to try alpha-lipoic acid intravenously in high doses and actually reversed the liver damage. So, really good stuff. So, obviously, if you've had liver damage, which is what is called chronic, systemic, and for long periods of time, you will have to combine that with taurine, which breaks down the fibrotic tissue. So alpha-lipoic acid can't do it on itself. This is more acute injury from mushrooms that is really good. And glycation type things that happen is like an acute sort of phenomenon. It's not like, you may get continuous, but for that tissue, it happens at a very acute, and you want to nip it in the bud really fast. And alpha lipoic acid is pretty good at doing that as well. So there are other approaches as well. But ultimately, I don't like using any of these methods. I like using my endogenous stuff. That means eating more species appropriate, so you don't get these advanced glycation end products, and you don't need any other product. As I said, I'm not a fan of multiple supplements unless they're used at a certain point. But let's not overdo it in that regard. Or whatever. My damn thing has moved again. Hold on, let me just. Oh shit. Yes. Oh, there are studies about fiber preventing cancer in normal diets and all carnivore diets. No. There's associational stuff, which the vegetards, usually do this, but there's no clinical studies whatsoever. There's not one clinical study that shows fiber does anything. Most studies actually show fiber does the opposite, is harmful. And there's a study that Paul Mason actually talks about, which shows that when you take fiber away completely, all symptoms of IBS go away in these people that were actually being researched on clinically. So I would say definitely not. And there is no demonstrated mechanism in the literature. So the word would have to be no. It's more likely a problem than a solution. Does cholesterol go up or down on a carnivore diet? I always thought it went up, but I know that someone where I went down, and the start level was, look, I tend to run a cholesterol level which tends not to be very high. There are genetic variations. It's just a reality. And the ApoE types actually vary. Give you an example. An ApoE 4.4 will be a hyperresponder. ApoE 4.3 will be the next highest hyperresponder of LDLC, and the ApoE 4.2 will be the final one. Then 3.3, which is what I am, and then 3.2, and then 2.2. So it has to do with remnant chylomicron. The level of HDL as well plays a big role. There's a lot of regulatory interactions between these different lipoproteins, and genetic transcriptions that can actually vary them, how quickly they get into the liver and out and re-exported. So there are, due to the ApoE, there are controls on that, how quick. So that can have quite a bit of an effect on the re-exporting and the amount of VLDL coming out, and then what remains at the end. And then, so it's complicated in that regard. Certain types of food may increase it slightly in some people, but in other people may do the complete opposite because of some of these genetic differences. So yes, it's not as clear cut in that regard. Usually when somebody says to me, my cholesterol's gone up quite a bit since I've been, I usually turn around and say, okay, you're more likely an ApoE 4.4 or 4.3. You're closer to the ancestral type, because that's what usually happened. Where my remnant chylomicron is probably still residing in the bloodstream a bit longer. Remember, they're not counting the remnant cholesterol that's still in there, are they? Still there, the stuff that came in endogenously, the excess that came in, but they're not counting that. So, so basically it's if you want to take all the stuff and then count it, you'd probably find that it's very similar. But when you're not counting this, and because it's not the HDL is not giving the right key, and it's limiting the rate in which the remnant chylomicrons that are coming in, bringing stuff in from the outside, from the gut, getting into the liver, is slowing that whole process down, you're going to get less VLDL, you're going to get less LDL as a consequence, as the VLDL shrinks to the IDL and to the smaller and smaller forms of LDL, and drop off triglycerides and stuff like that, and end up. So there's that sort of effect. But if you want to count the whole lot, there may be similar amounts. We've never done that calculation. I know it's bizarre, but we never have. And we estimate a lot of things, but we've never done that. So maybe if we actually considered, okay, there are certain mechanisms here at play, so not only hormones, but also these mechanisms of the transport system of energy. And that is coming because in these lipoproteins, you don't have only, you got fat soluble vitamins, you got all sorts of things that are packaged in there with energy and with cholesterol and all these other things, CoQ10, a whole lot of things are packaged in a lipoprotein. So at the end of the day, if you balance the whole lot, is it similar? But it's just at a different, the trucks are moving at a different rate because of those slight genetic differences. I don't know. So these are the questions I would love people to research and answer, but we don't have any. It drives me up the wall that I can think of these questions and nobody else does, and they just do repeat the same shit over and over again, and get the same. It's like, if you really don't want to make any progress in science or understanding how the body works, you just repeat the same shit. You don't do anything new or try something different. You just repeat what the other guy repeated and go, and you write a study, you publish it, and you go, oh, I've got all these studies against my name. I must be important. I must be an expert. We've got too many experts and not enough researchers. That's the problem. Asking new questions, questioning stuff. That's the problem. Too many fucking experts, too many people that want to be patted on the back and given an award that they have published so many studies, but doing nothing unique or new or innovative or taking a risk. Oh, God, taking a risk in science nowadays, and have the high priests of, of pseudoscience come down on you. Oh, shit. That's the sort of strange world we live in, unfortunately. Ah, yes, Verage would say that, but he says a whole lot of other dumb things. We could actually see, remember the chimp thing that I did? The chimp, remember those chimps would go into the water holes and actually wash themselves and cool themselves down and sort of like that. Humans did wash themselves in rivers, and they've been doing it for a very long time. It's not a new thing. Showering probably isn't a natural thing, but washing ourselves one way or another has been done for a very long time by humans. But Zverich would say that, but he's strange. I like my women smelly. Oh, God almighty. Oh, mate. Ooh. Showing a man, mate. Exactly. Oh, yes. Don't forget to stick yourself between the thighs. Okay, move on. I've said too much. Sorry, zombie. Oh, God. Lost the plot. Okay, let's move on. Dr. Dan Antonio Johnny. Yeah, I know the guy you're saying. Says eating full carnivore diet is too acidic. Is a crackpot. Depletes bicarbonate in the body, and to offset this, eats some fruit, vegetables. It's only a 5-minute video. If you want to see it, I don't need to see it. It's shit. It's wrong. The body actually produces its own bicarbonate in the kidneys. It actually regulates this properly. 70% of your ATP in your kidneys are used to basically buffer acid, the acid alkaline state of your. It's very tightly regulated, extremely tightly regulated. You know, they've actually done experiments to see whether you actually leach any calcium. You don't, because you don't have to. I mean, you only leach if you're actually fasting for a long period of time, but you don't actually leach from eating a lot of meat. Actually, eating more meat actually improves things. Go and check my video. I did a video. It's called "Will Eating a Lot of Protein Damage Your Kidneys?" I think I posted it on the previous live stream. You should have noticed that. If you haven't, you should go back and see the link. I think I've put it in I've pinned it at the top from memory. And that actually shows quite clearly that these animals will be given, because remember, after the dinosaurs were wiped out, we all originated from these sort of rodents type creatures that evolved. And pretty much 70% of their intake of their diet was basically protein. So a person that is 70 kilos, we're talking about a human equivalent, a 70 kilo person who is basically 70 kilos or 154 pounds for our American non-metric friends. Do change, please. And that is the equivalent in human terms of protein, 350 grams of protein per day. And these rats were on that for 6 months. Now, 6 months in human terms, because we're talking about in human terms, it's about I think it's about 36, the rate. So it's approximately sorry, 16 is the rate. So it's about 32 years. That's right. So it's equivalent for a human to be consuming these high levels of protein for 32 years. Okay? What happened to the rats? Nothing. They were very healthy. They were super healthy. They were bigger than other rats. Plus, their kidneys were larger. Do you know what animals basically, when humans have, before they get to dialysis, you know what mostly their kidneys are? They've atrophied. They've become smaller and damaged. It's the opposite. Actually, more protein builds bigger, stronger, more robust kidneys to respond to that extra protein. It's a bit like the methionine myth. Methionine is going to kill you. No, the more methionine you consume, the lower the homocysteine levels. The complete opposite what they say. And experiments, and I've shown that in the debunking of Dr. Greger. Go and see that video as well if you haven't seen it. They're there. Just check out my list of things. I think that the McGregor one is actually in what's the first one of my myths and falsehoods of veganism. I think it was, to be precise. Let's just check this out. Oh, here's the other one. So here's the one with the protein. Does a high protein diet cause kidney damage? No, it doesn't. That's it there. So, and the other one is the methionine one. These people just talk shit, not based on experimental evidence, just opinions. As I say to them, show me any experimental evidence. They've got nothing. Oh, but, you know, reductionist nonsense is what they've got. That's all they fucking got. After hearing that, I haven't seen the video, but after hearing that, because Bart actually played it, I lost a lot of respect for the guy, let's put it that way. Because I liked his... I never read his book, the Salt Fix, but I agreed with the salt part, especially when I know that the kidneys work very hard to actually retain salt, sodium, and uric acid and all that. And for somebody to argue against those sort of things is just being an idiot. It's the reason you want to bring down cortisol very fast. Just consume more salt and your cortisol levels will come down very bloody fast. So where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Give me a sec. Nope, 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 nope. Then I've got another one here, which is, will a high protein diet shorten your lifespan? There's another one. I'll add that there as well. There's that one. Check that one out. And here's that one with Gregor. Are vegans right? Are vegans right that meat increases homocysteine levels? Wrong again. As I said, the complete opposite happens. You know, so please don't listen to those crackpots. They're just talking crap. Your body buffers all that. The bladder as well plays a big role in, you know, because remember, when it comes to uric acid and sodium and many other things, and acidity as well, a lot of buffering does happen via the kidneys and your bladder before it excretes whatever it does in the rest of it. So there are interactions there with between these bodies. Why? Because they're very critical. And I mean, I think Bart in his recent one pointed that quite clearly out, the big changes in, you know, the sort of pH of the your bladder. And that's good that it can do that and adjust to basically allow for to adjust to homeostasis. You don't need any of this sort of shit. Humans have been consuming, I mean, the Samburu people, the Bushmen of the Kalahari, you know, they're consuming, you know, 3.92 grams per kilo body weight. Now, what these rats were consuming was even higher. So these, you could call them super rats, 5 grams per kilo body weight, 5, or 2.3 grams of protein per pound of body weight. So as you can realize, we're talking about, you know, if you want to go in terms of meat, you're looking about 9 pounds of meat. That's a lot. And, you know, what is it, 4.5 kilos of meat. We're talking about shitloads of meat, or to get those sort of levels of protein. And for 32 years equivalent in human lifespan for 6 months, because rats only live for about 2 years, or some slightly less, some slightly more. So we're talking about, they do run a high metabolic rate. Remember, carbs also run a high metabolic rate. Centenarians run a lower metabolic rate. I know which diet I would like to be on that it will mimic centenarian metabolism, and that's the carnivore diet. Anyway, so yes, if you don't have the genes, get the diet or stick to the diet. No, it's all bullshit, this sort of acid balancing and all that. If the body was something like that, God, our species would have died out years ago. Our body is so robust, has so many, the biggest problem is not getting enough protein. Not getting enough protein will not furnish you with enough of the enzymes, because protein is very important to not only for structural material, but to build enzymes, to catalyze and break down and, to rebuild and remodel things. So if you don't have enough enzymes and cofactors, and the more animal foods you have, the more of the nutrients, the micronutrients you're going to get. The more micronutrients, the more cofactors for those enzymes to do a whole lot of work. This is what I mean. It's reductionist nonsense, which when you talk reductionism, you end up going down the wrong rabbit hole, like the Ray Peats, and unfortunately, this guy as well, Nick's gone down the same sort of pathway, or, yes, just crap. Because if that was the case, basically, the Maasai would have died off. I mean, they consume basically a diet which is animal-based. The Inuit, also animal-based, no plants whatsoever. And there are many other populations like that. They would have died out a long time ago. I think the body's way more smarter than most of these academics in basically achieving homeostasis and buffering system and having good buffering systems. The only time you have to worry about is when these systems become deranged, damaged. You've got kidney damage. Now, what causes kidney damage? Oh, oxalate toxicity. Remember when I had, a lot of kidney damage and kidney stones and shit like that? It took me a long time to improve my kidney function. Taurine played a big role because it broke a lot of the fibrotic tissue, and a lot of protein-rich foods actually rebuilt stronger, robust kidneys. So, yeah, it's absolute bullshit, to say the least. As I say to these people, I go, show me the research. I mean, I think, because the one that Bart did, he even admitted that the body actually has these robust, stuff. So why do we need a supplement? We haven't done it for millions of years. The N15 data shows that. So why do we need a supplement now? Has our body sort of given up on its genetic heritage? For some reason it decided, I'm going to rebel. I'm going to go new aged. What a load of nonsense. God almighty, these people are really, there's something really strange going on in here. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Yeah, pheromones. We actually don't detect pheromones as good as other animals. We use interpersonal communication, other methods and body language to sort of communicate our intentions beyond and verbalizing. That's why we don't smell as much and we don't find it attractive while we've used perfumes in the past. Not that flexible, Roy. I'm getting old. Depends what part you're actually pulling, mate. All depends on the smell. I hope you don't go around smelling Sheilas. Could I smell you? Yes, there is truth in that. Yes, the more similar your genetics, the more repulsed you are. That's why your sisters or brothers, if you're a female, sort of are repulsive to you. Yes, it's a very protective method and all that. The more distant you are genetically, like, for instance, I would have to say, because Mira is, Indonesian, And yes, I would have to say she's one of the best smelling women that I've smelt. I know what you mean. A lot of genetic differences. Less like for inbreeding. Let's move on. Actually, another thing, the pill actually can flip that. There was an academic. He got really, I can't remember his name. He really got hammered. And this is not Peterson, but there was another academic, and he actually said that since the pill came out, obviously it upset some of the feminist lobby. He said women have tended to go for the wrong male, and creates more tension in their relationships. They pick the wrong male. That it's better not to be on contraception when you're trying to work out which male to go for. So yes, there is a bit of truth in that. Yes. And usually, male and female, that there is that sort of difference, more pronounced difference, like they say, opposites attract. They have actually found in some research that they live longer and have stronger bonds between them. Yes, so there you go. So there is some value, but still, I don't think some people would appreciate if you go up there and go, "Can I smell you?" Wouldn't get you very far. Sad either smell. Everybody's got their little pet thing. Yes. Isn't sexual attraction largely dependent on the smell you get from pheromones? Yes. Oh, shower less if you're on the market. Yes. And don't take contraceptions. Ladies, force your man to put a condom on, like they did in the old days, and then you can actually work out whether they smell appropriate for you, whether they are smell compatible. Yes. It's actually the best one is actually to shower and then exercise, and that is when you'll get that armpit smell, that fresh armpit smell, and that's why, when you've showered, then you've put no cologne or any of that sort of stuff, and then you go to a nightclub and you dance, and that armpit smell and all that, that's where certain women are going to smell that and go, you know what I mean, ladies? Yes. So anyway, let's move on. I wasn't expecting we would go down into this pathway. Better drink the rest of my milk. I'm drinking it late. It's cold as. Yes. Skull. Oh, those were the days. Anyway. Oh, yeah. Beef tallow. Alex is on the money there. Lather yourself with tallow. Or you could pig out on lard. Yes. Anyway, So where was I? I'm losing track. Maybe bacon fat. Yes, definitely. You'll end up attracting a lot of dogs. God, I don't believe I'm saying these things tonight. See what you've done to me? You've brought my less than, let's say, yes, I use bacon fat as moisturizer. Yes. Actually, my sister's used some of the Tassie tallow products and lard products that have, yes, certain moisturizer type stuff. I actually used a couple of the soaps. I didn't mind them. I sort of, now what I've done is I've got a tallow soap, but I've actually combined it with a sort of a plant one and combined it. And I get, it seems that the fragrance from certain of the plants in combination, I end up with a better result. That's a personal thing for me. Yes, animal fats have been used for hand creams and all sorts of things for a very long time. Yes, it's a different world now. A lot of these sort of artificial stuff, I personally don't like them. I tend to, personally, I don't use, yes, I knew we would get to that point. I personally don't use any, I knew you definitely toasted yourself. I definitely don't use masochism. I prefer the sun, salt, and meat. G'day, Bo. Oh, good to see. I don't know whether she's still here. No, anyway. Hope you got some fun. At least you turned up. That's the main thing. See you, mate. He's gone. Oh, Loki's here. G'day, Loki. You going to come on? You got a link? I'm trying to work through the things I've been waffling and baffling and talking about things and my hypotheses about sort of could activate, I'll swipe away some significant amount of enzymes, if at all. Never heard it doing that sort of stuff. It binds to certain things and gets rid of them. But some toxins and stuff like that, but I've never heard about having, everything probably can react with something in the body, even in a small amount. But as I said, there's a lot of things we don't know about the body. We just don't know. The body's a very complicated environment. Still here. Yeah, good to have you here, Bo. The body is such a complicated environment. You could say, we're just touching the iceberg of the body. What we do know, when we look at the N15 isotope analysis of collagen of our ancestors, the bones of our ancestors, we know they were hyper and super carnivore. So even though we don't have any research to back up any diet, modern diet of any sort, or the diets of the last couple of thousand years, what we can say definitively is as a species, we evolved as super or hyper carnivores. So that's quite clear. So all this other nonsense that people talk about, acid buffering and this and that and whatever, makes no sense if we've lived for most of our lives as super and hyper carnivores. That means over evolutionary time, over thousands and millions of years, our bodies would have adapted to basically dealing with a lot of these things. So it's complete and utter nonsense. All the sort of suppositions and all these sort of things that people throw up, all the reductionist nonsense. When even they, to some extent, like come out and say, oh, yeah, there is this buffering thing, there is this, and the body can't go out of this homeostasis. Well, if the body's regulated well and it can do it, where's the problem then? You have to demonstrate there is a problem happening. If the body can balance and keep that homeostasis and it doesn't cause any problems, Well, where's the problem then? So you're just creating problems when there are no problems, in a sense. I haven't heard whether anybody's found any evidence of any effect of activated charcoal. Don't know. If you've got any research that you've come across, please send me a link and I'll check it out and see whether it's credible or not. That's all I can say on that subject. Kira Solon, I have record cholesterol numbers on a high animal diet. My doctor was shocked. Yep, you're probably ApoE 44 if you have that. Most ApoE, I would bet that you're an ApoE 44 or 43, but more likely a 44 if it's record high. So that just means that you're taking in chylomicron remnants rapidly. There's no resident time. They're rapidly coming out and rapidly getting exported as VLDL. So you're putting out more boats into the bloodstream than other people. That's all. So that means if you're that sort of person, you have to be extremely careful. Your tolerance to sugar, because you've got the ancestral genes, your tolerance to deal with sugar is very low. And you can much easier become diabetic compared to other people. You can also have higher advanced glycation end products and much more difficulty in cleaning them out. You can also generate more beta amyloid and much more difficult to clean out as well, especially when it gets glycated and it becomes more entangled. That can be a problem for dementia in old age. So basically, make sure you're eating sufficient animal foods that are high in taurine. Taurine is very important to breaking down beta amyloid. So I suspect the genes you've got is the reason why you're very much a hyper responder in that regard, where my cholesterol levels are in the sort of average. And if I eat even more cholesterol, more stuff and more fats and stuff like that, it actually can go even down. Yeah, I know it sounds strange, but that's what it does. So it's just the way our bodies are designed to function depending on how they've adapted, So, and that's probably because for a very long time, my ancestors lived in a region where they probably accessed more plants. And as a consequence, the body had to adapt to stop putting too much sugar and fat into the liver at the same time and causing problems. But that was for small amounts, because that's what my ancestors would have done. Now we're having excessive amounts, so everybody's getting sick in that regard. But this is a mechanism to prevent, because ancestrally you would have had the original ancestral, and you see it amongst Inuit and people like that that are the Maasai, they have much higher ApoE 44 genes. A lot of these tribal societies. Why? Because they have the original ancestral genes that are more designed for higher animal consumption products. And, they don't need to stop to slow down because there's not much sugar in their liver to create, a sort of, this excess energy flux which the liver can't manage. So that's the whole reason, when 200,000 years ago, when the interglacial period, the warm period, we had access to a bit more seasonal sugar, and that would have created some stresses and the body adapted. And then the other one was around between, it's considered that it was around about 80 odd thousand years ago. There was between 100 and 120 odd. There was another interglacial warm period, which lasted a bit longer and seemed to have pushed some people, especially in the tropics, further along to the ApoE 22. And the majority of people now are 3/3s on the planet, and much less numbers are ApoE 4-4s or 4-3s or stuff like that, or those variations. But basically, you have more ancestral, so you have to really keep it clean on that side. There's no problem. It's just normal. It is normal. You will run higher cholesterol on an animal-based diet. Simple as that. It's just the way you function, So your body prioritizes these fuels coming from animal products and gets them out there. It's just the way it works. It's just a crackpot. Doctors and informed doctors don't understand this because nobody's done actually research. This has actually happened, like people like Dave Feldman and many others who have done the research. They're not even in the academia, but they've actually done this and actually have noticed all these people with different ApoEs having different lipid panels from eating the same foods. So they've actually, like a club, got together and done these things, and they've realized that this is what's happening. And it's an energy management system that's slightly different because of those slight adaptations at different historical points. So don't get too concerned about it. You could basically tell your doctor, go and check Dave Feldman and try and educate yourself, or you can look for a new doctor. I mean, I never tell people what to do, but you have to think about, whether you're getting good service or not. If you like the doctor, because sometimes you do. I like my doctor. I disagree with him on many things, but he sort of says, Harry, it works for you. I don't care. But he's not really open-minded. But I used to play cards with him, and so Texas Hold'em, poker and all that, and we've known each other for some time, and so I feel comfortable with him. He doesn't give me a hard time. I don't give him a hard time, and we basically get what we want out of the relationship, and it's simple as that. So it's probably and if it works for you, don't give up your doctor, because sometimes it's very hard to find one that you can actually work with. But if you've got real issues and you really need support and you don't know enough, or you don't feel comfortable with some of that stuff, seek out maybe a low carb doctor. It could help. I just noticed you said, yep, you're welcome. That's it. That's what they're called. And Dave is actually Dave Feldman, he's actually a lean mass hyperresponder, and he's a 4-3 as well. So he's an ApoE 4-3. His goes up, but not as these super high levels. All the 4-4s, their levels are just super high, And I've talked to other 4-4s as well. So yeah, and I've even met some people that I know that I've had chats with that know their ApoE status, and they're more concerned about the Alzheimer gene type thing. That's how they found out, because they had Alzheimer's in the family. But yeah, they tend to have this super bloody high cholesterol. Same bloody reason. Yep. It's question of this energy management, the movement of it. So regarding the autophagy, I read a lot about conflicting and probably unscientific crap about how many hours you need to fast for it to trigger autophagy. There are benefits induced autophagy irregular. Look, actually, when you're not eating, you still have some low-grade autophagy happening. So the moment you don't, if you're an ancestral diet, you're usually running a low insulin to glucagon. So when you're not eating, and this is what's supposed to happen. So you eat a steak with a whole lot of fat. That fat will come in through chylomicrons, go to the adipose tissue. The adipose tissue is insulin sensitive. It will offload some fat in the fat cells. Yes, that's what's supposed to do. It's supposed to eat fat to store fat in the fat cells. And then it will circulate around and, as chylomicron, offload in a whole lot of tissue, muscles and elsewhere. And then eventually it does go through the thoracic duct So yes, the heart loves fat, and it's got the highest ATP density, and pretty much then your body will basically then when you're not eating, will go into a more catabolic state. Hormone sensitive lipase will increase quite a bit, and you will start burning more of that fat when you're, as long as there's not a lot of insulin, and that's tempered down by glucagon, and it's balanced, is that 1.3 insulin to glucagon, you're in that sweet spot. Nothing to worry about. And when you're not eating, you will get some autophagy, but you won't get it continuously. Even when you fast, you don't get autophagy continuously. It's pulsatile. It does this. It's a wave-like. So what does it happen? It goes up. So you break down tissue. You release the amino acids and fatty acids into the bloodstream. And then what that does is trigger slightly an increase in insulin and a slight increase in IGF-1. This is not massive. A slight increase in mTOR activation, which we know shuts down autophagy. And those aminos, you're not eating anything. This is just stuff that's come out of recycled tissue. Those aminos will basically then be used to build new tissue, and then you'll go into another cycle. And you go through these cycles, and there are different parts of the body that are actually in different states of autophagy, non-autophagy, autophagy, non-autophagy. And that's happening right through the periods you're fasting. And it also happens when you're not fasting, when, you're not in a fasted state, but you're actually time-restricted feeding, or just, eating without snacking, which traditionally that's what we did. And that's what most carnivores do. They'll have a meal, and then they won't have a meal for a number of hours. And between those parts, there will be a bit of low-grade autophagy. So it's always happening. If you're talking about magnifying the level, the less nutrients you consume, the greater the autophagy levels. But it's not everlasting. It's not like this continuous, as you fast, continuous thing driving up like mad. No, that doesn't happen, because you're constantly breaking down tissue, releasing it into the bloodstream. All these amino acids are having an effect on the hormones, which shut down autophagy. So this pulsatile thing happens for whatever period of you fast at a much higher rate. And then when you eat, that slows down to practically very little. And then when you're not eating in between meals, that goes up slightly at a very low grade. So there's always some cleanup. Now, if you're all, on the other hand, insulin resistant, that's shut down completely. So you can see when you're not on a species appropriate diet, that is shut down completely. And then you're aging more rapidly, because you're building up more senescent cells, which you can't get rid of, because you've deactivated the mechanism, because you're running higher insulin. And that's what the majority of population do, constantly eating and constantly running higher insulin levels. So yeah, there's a lot of nonsense about when it comes to autophagy out there. There's definitely a lot of nonsense, and people make out, they make these incredible claims out there. The reality is that when you're on a species appropriate diet, you will create less senescence, and the less senescence means you don't require as much, repair and as much to get rid of tissue. So is autophagy a helpful thing? It can be a double-edged sword. Sometimes it depends on what. If somebody's got an active cancer, I usually do not encourage them to fast at all, because fasting basically, has a tendency not only to have a protective effect on cells, but also cancer cells. So what we want to do is be on a more ketotic diet and create a more stressful environment for the cancer. I've actually done a video on that, talking about different protocols and different things and different compounds you can take to deal with glutamate and deal with a whole lot of things to inhibit those at the cancer cell, blah, blah, blah. So go and see that if you're interested in. But there is a lot of nonsense, Dave, in that regard. And even when you're fasting, the take-home message is autophagy is a pulsatile effect. It's not a continuous thing, and it doesn't go up massively or whatever. So it's just a continuous pulsatile effect. That's all it is. But you can only do so much without, putting your hormones in the toilet and reducing the amount of enzymatic systems you've got, and then you start breaking down, and then it's actually counterproductive. So too much fasting, too much autophagy, not a good thing. You can become too catabolic and do too much damage to tissue and achieve the opposite. So there is a rate limiting effect. So a couple of days, not a problem. Probably up to a week, not a problem. Excessive amounts for months upon months upon months can be very catabolic and very harmful because it's not natural. We never did that. Even the guy that actually did the 386, I think, days, was it, of fasting, that guy, that Scottish guy, was in a clinic, was given all the B vitamins. You don't need fat-soluble vitamins because they come out of the fat stores, so you don't need those. They're fine, they're covered. But he was given minerals and sodium and a whole lot of other electrolytes, plus a whole lot of the B vitamins, because a lot of the B vitamins are required as coenzymes. So as you require all these micronutrients as cofactors in these enzymatic catalytic processes that are taking place. So very important for the normal functioning of the body. So ultimately what you're doing there is you're using your own tissue, both as fuel and material, as you're breaking it down, as you're losing weight, and you're giving the body the materials, the vitamins and minerals that it needs to get from the diet. But since you're not eating, you're giving them in some sort of solution. And in that way, that person can actually do this sort of very long fast because you're basically finding the material from your own body, plus you got the stuff outside. So, and that was done in a very well monitored sort of state where I do not encourage people to do that, to experiment in that way. Some people have tried that and have ended up dead. So please don't do anything like that. If you've got a doctor, or you're obese, morbidly obese, it's probably safer to do short-term fasting and do a bit higher protein with some animal fats in between. You'll get just as good results without putting too much stress on your body and taking too many risks. I sort of went on a bit of a tangent, but I'm sort of trying to cover a few areas at the same time. Thanks, Dave, for that question. It's important. I sort of don't really think I've covered it in this way before, or exactly the way I should have in the past. Sometimes I gloss over it. Basically, then that's the point. We focus too much. While we tear down, we still need to rebuild. It's like matrix metalloproteinases, the collagen degrading enzymes, MMPs. Now, they are produced in the liver, but too little, not a good thing. Too much, not a good thing. There is a certain level that is required, and if it's properly regulated by the fat-soluble vitamins, in particular retinol, vitamin D, and to some extent MK4. Also, MK4 has an effect on some of the genes that are involved in some of the transcription of some of these enzymes that are involved. A bit more in the skin and a few other tissues. But anyway, that's another story for another day. And yeah, it's still important to get those elements and swing between catabolism and anabolism. It's not going too high on either end. That's why the carnivore diet tends to be at that 1.3, 0.8 is where you're in basically a fasted state. 1.3 insulin to glucagon is that nice sweet spot in ratio where you don't have too much of either and you're not too catabolic and you're running at this low grade ketosis, which is fine, and you sort of swing in and out of that low grade ketosis. Perfect. It's what a lot of the Maasai and a lot of these tribal populations do. And we know that because we've actually got good evidence. Mary Ruddock, when she was there, she actually pricked their fingers and basically got all these blood tests from the Maasai, from the Hunza and all these people to see what sort of, labs they were running. Really important. So we've got really good, there is no control there, but, okay, you could actually say, where's the control? Why didn't you have a sad dieter group being as control? Well, this is basically still experimental in a sense because you're still basically measuring at the same time, at the same hour, every day, all these different people and getting good solid readings in that regard. This is basically a case study. It's not an experimental study where you're not comparing two things. You're just doing a case study to determine the levels of certain things and certain biological processes happening in certain people. You can extrapolate from that, but at the same time, you're only measuring one group to specifically measure certain parameters and see exactly what those parameters are. And that's what she was doing. So that's a good case study, as they're called. Like the guy with 25 eggs a day, that's a case study, that tells us, well, we've got here evidence. You can take 25 eggs a day and it doesn't seem to kill you. And you can do it over multiple decades, So, that basically fails the Bradford Hill criteria for those crackpots to say 1 egg or 2 eggs are going to kill you, because the Bradford Hill criteria is quite clear. The more you increase something or decrease something, you should see a dose response. We don't see that in that case study. And there's no special genetics that are actually or mechanisms other than basically it's not a problem. But nobody quotes that, unfortunately, or nobody looks at that case study because it doesn't actually support their bullshit, which is the whole problem. Exactly. We need to build tissue. Very, very important, and maintain tissue as we get older. So we tend to break down far more, and we need to look after our tissue very much. I've noticed my dad, the more taurine I've got in his diet and the more more sulfur rich foods, and he's eating more eggs, he's eating more meat. Even today we all had pretty much meat. Our diet was basically, it was just a whole lot of pork. We had some feta cheese, we had some ham, and we also had some, pickled cucumbers, the little small pickled cucumbers, gherkins as some people call them. So that's what we had. That was and our dessert was basically Ling made this what was it? It was egg. It was actually a cheesecake. It was cheese, egg, some sort of a collagen protein powder and cream. That's it. So it was sort of a cheesecake, a carnivore cheesecake. So that was quite nice. We enjoyed that. And she also made a carnivore ice cream for us as well. So that was quite nice. So the only problem is that we left it in the fridge for too long and it took a while. I had to put on the tap to basically sort of, so the icy pole type things would, because she actually made those, would actually come loose. So you could actually, and then I just used the knife to get the remainder out. So, but anyway, that was quite enjoyable. Very carnivorous if you exclude the gherkins. So I mean, that's the sort of stuff, you know, foods you want to eat. And Dad's really built his muscle strength back. He's more vibrant. His skin's better. You know, he's actually looking better. And even people in the Greek community are saying, George, what are you doing? You're getting younger. I mean, what can I say? So, I mean, I look at my own skin, how bad and pasty and really damaged it was 10 years ago when they were ripping my heart open. Yes, I've come a long way. I've still got a lot more repair to do and a lot more. I'm not going to ever sort of get to that ancestral level because I haven't lived ancestrally all my life. But if I can slow down the amount of damage and repair some of that damage, you know, it's a bonus. Anything, it's all a bonus, and that's all we're trying to do. And the younger you can start, all I can say to people, the better. People fasting long hours, eating OMAD and high fat, low medium protein is not good long term. Exactly. It's not ancestrally. You don't see it. You see basically ancestral people eating shitloads of meat. The only time high protein becomes a problem is when you throw sugar in. That's the only time it becomes a problem. It magnifies the insulin to glucagon ratio and pushes up insulin to much higher levels. That's the only time. But if you don't throw in the sugar and you keep, you know, a one to one sort of protein, or even a bit more protein, especially if you've got some body fat on, you know, use some of that. You know, you can lean out and really build more muscle tissue. So do not fear. Be like that little rat, that big uber rat. Be an uber human. Anyway, body composition when moving from high fat carnivore to high protein, more muscles, less body fat, eating more than ever, some training regimen. Yep. Yeah, look, exactly. You know, I've got a bit of a fat tooth. I do enjoy my dairy fats and stuff like that. But even when I sort of cut back, I notice I haven't cut back too much. I should cut back more on my dairy fats. I know, you know, my ice cream, carnivore ice cream addictions and stuff like that. I sort of need to pull back a bit on that. So I'm gonna try and motivate myself to do a bit of that beyond as well, to see if I can, you know, get a six pack at some stage. So it's not my priority. I'm 55. I mean, that'd be too vain to try and that. And I'm not really interested in getting really very low body fat. I think as you're getting older, it's better to have a bit of, you know, that security, because you tend, if you injure yourself, you tend to go through your body stores much faster than being younger. You're more robust, and I've actually done a lot of damage to my body, and probably I'm less robust, and so I'm less inclined to go really that thin. But that's how it happens. You really have to increase the protein. It has no effect. The insulin to glucagon will remain 1.3. Doesn't matter how much protein you put in there. You can increase the protein. It goes up and up and up. Not an issue. Your insulin to glucagon will remain at those low levels. As a consequence, you'll just build up tissue because you'll have leucine driving, the higher the leucine content, driving muscle protein synthesis, driving far more. And all it does is just slows down. Peristalsis slows down, so you can actually absorb more over more hours, more of that protein. So you can actually engage far more muscle protein synthesis rather than over 3 hours or 4 hours, up to 6 hours or even more. And that's what studies have shown. So, and when you're eating more species appropriate foods that have got high utilization as well, you get more of that driven in to the muscles. Now there is a supplement that actually has like 100% utilization of protein. I'm looking into it. Let me put it that way. I have some concerns. I'm still doing some research on rate limiting factors and stuff like that, and certain amino compositions, because it's not a natural something that you would naturally find. And I'm trying to work out, at that excessive amount, would it be a problem? I know up to 49% is what eggs are. Mother's milk is at 49%. So I know we've got the genetic transcription capacity to put enough enzymes in there to do those things at that level. But can we do it at a higher level than that? I don't know. It's an interesting thing. So I am definitely looking into it. You know, me always sort of biohacking, trying to look at these areas. But generally speaking, you know, when you want to lose body fat off your body, and you don't eat it as much. That's the thing. But I know some people are deranged. I recommend people go on a more high fat, doing more fasting, high fat, moderate protein, not low protein, never low protein, but, you know, like 25%, 75 or 30% and all that. And the reason for that is because I want them to become fat adapted and bring down their insulin levels, normalize their hormonal system, you know. But Bjorn's situation is completely different. He's fixed his endocrine system. It's working properly, you know. He doesn't run these higher insulins or higher blood sugars or whatever. So in his case, it's not an issue. It's not an issue whatsoever, because he doesn't have any issues. So his body will retain those much lower levels of insulin to glucagon. And what they will do is just drive more muscle protein synthesis. That's all they'll do. And it's what the old bodybuilders used to do, steak and eggs and stuff like that. And they used to lean out and they used to really build up muscle. So, and pretty much they used to cut out a lot of the dairy fats and stuff like that, and go and try and actually get more protein in there as much as possible. So it worked, and it does work. But at the end of the day, you don't want to go also chronically for too long at that sort of thing. You know, there is a certain percentage threshold, and it's sort of this rabbit starvation. Remember, you still need some fat on the body, and you still need some visceral fat around the organs that provide energy direct, you know, like immediate. I need it quick, you know, a bit like, you know, like glycogen for the muscle, you know, that quick stuff. Organs as well need certain amount of visceral fat around for that quick energy sort of thing. You don't want to go too low either. So it's good for a cut, you know, to get good body composition, and then sort of come back and bring it to those sort of a one-to-one level. So you're getting enough energy, so you're not breaking down more of your fat stores. You're getting enough energy, and you're getting enough to maintain good muscle protein synthesis. So, but as I said, that rat did it for the equivalent in human lifespan of 32 years, and it leaned out. It had practically no body fat. It really leaned out. It was incredible to see. Obviously, you know, it seemed pretty healthy. So I'm not knocking it. I'm not, you know, at all. You know, I've been promoting that sort of idea that it's not a bad thing. Obviously, if somebody's deranged, as I said earlier, do not do this. You need to fix your endocrine system. You need to fix your situation, fix your fat, you know, adaptation, and then you can lower the fat, up the protein, and build more muscular and skeletal strength, which is what you want to do. And especially if you're in an older age bracket or middle age like myself, it's probably not a bad thing going into older age to have stronger muscles and bones. So yes, us oldies need to look after ourselves, because yes, we will suffer in the long run if we don't. I had a real hard time gaining muscles on high fat with intermittent fasting. Yeah, that's just fucking impossible. That's just, I know a lot of people, promote that in the keto community. They're wrong, basically. That's the easiest way of actually saying it. They are fucking wrong. Leucine, independent of insulin, will drive muscle protein synthesis. Okay? So, yeah. Very, very important. And we will get into some of the intricacies of that next week. I suspect you're actually asking, yep. Yeah. So you're still getting, exactly. Look, let's put it this way. Bjorn understands this. He's right. He's spot on. It's really hard if you're eating animal foods. It's really hard to get very low fat. Okay, you're going to get some fat, but if you go for leaner cuts, you're still going to get fat. This fat in between so you're still going to get anywhere between 30 to 40%. The 40 to 60% sort of ratio is a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one. It's, it's probably something I would go for more than a 30-70. 70% is what those rats were on. I would go more for the 40-60 ratio type thing. Obviously, the bigger you are, the bigger size. I mean, Bjorn's a bigger bloke. He has a higher level threshold, so obviously those levels are not going to be at 350. They're going to be at 400 or whatever, so they're going to be at a higher rate, depending. So when you're getting up to 60-70%, somebody who's small, short, and whatever is going to, their grams are going to be much lesser, but the percentages will be the same, is what I'm trying to say. And that's why I was giving an example of a 70 kilo or 154 pound person, the one that I initially gave about the arati. Yes, definitely no carbs, zero. Exactly. At that level of protein, you do not want to put carbs in at all. Believe me, that DC would be a disaster in terms of the insulin to glucagon and deranging your endocrine system. Do not do, please. Oops. Nice. Fucked up. Can you get kidney stones from oxalate dumping? I suspect we can. Yes, we can. I've enjoyed a lot of that sort of stuff, but I used a lot of citric acid, and then I got sick of taking those powders, and then I switched to lemon juice, which was more enjoyable in warm water. So yeah, that's what I did. But yeah, it was a lively experience, let me put it that way. I haven't had anything now for a while, so I think my threshold of oxalates have come down quite a bit. I haven't had any kidney pain for ages, which is great. So yeah, I went a bit through, I struggled a bit with with severe oxalate dumping, but yes, got through it pretty well. But let's say it wasn't a picnic in that regard. But I just made sure that I kept my citric acid levels up and lemon and everything else, and basically make sure that it was flowing. Even though it was foamy, I didn't give a shit. It wasn't large. The crystals were broken down quite a bit, and was creating that foaminess, but I didn't give a shit because I wasn't feeling any pain. So, as a roll. Yep. try and keep them below 50 milligrams is the key thing. Evidence says that as well. Okay. Yep. About the oxalates. Okay. Yeah, I think generally now most people in the carnivore low carb community have understood how absolutely damaging these they can be. So in that regard, I'm quite behind, aren't I? Fuck. Oh, I'm way behind. Way behind. Harry, do Germans have the heritage for dairy consumption? I don't know enough. I do know that there is probably the west part of Germany more than the east part of Germany in that regard, but it's, hard to say how much. So the old sort of Prussia, probably less in that regard, but it varies. And usually the old part of Prussia, there was much also high consumption of pork as well. So that's, and still even today, most ex-East Germans tend to consume quite a bit of pork compared to the West German side. So there are those sort of traditions as well. Look, the people with the highest lactose persistency in Europe are the Irish. Basically, they have the highest lactose persistency. And it varies around Europe in different ways. But also consuming raw milk, you're getting, the lactase enzyme. So that's another thing. Also, on a more ancestral diet, you would get also more, the bacterial type of things that help with dealing with lactose, lactobacillus type bacteria. And in modern days, especially with glyphosate being a very, let's say it likes to destroy a lot of the lactobacillus strains. So there's probably the modern diet and the modern damaging microbiome that, a lot of this garbage that we put in our bodies have probably made people more susceptible to, being more, where milk becomes more an allergenic to them. So it's a complicated story, let's put it that way. So, yes. Yes, why not? Why not? G'day, mate. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah. Precisely. Look, I mean, I know Honest, she's, occasionally, I haven't seen Honest recently. I hope she's well, but she tends to do a bit of a higher protein as well. And she's very lean. Super lean as well. So yes, the higher protein will definitely build up muscle. And the more muscular you are, obviously, you become more insulin sensitive. You actually are able to, deal with, you'll basically use a lot of those fat stores as energy, and you will go through them very well, quite fast in that regard. So got to get energy from somewhere and you'll get it off the body. So that tends to lean you out. It's the right hormonal way. Our ancestors used to lean out for the same reason. It's the reason why, because they used to sometimes fear rabbit starvation it's the reason why a lot of the actual, like the traditional tribal people, they would kill an animal, and if it was too lean, they'd throw it away because it just didn't have enough fat. Because these guys are always chasing calories. They just, unlike us, we've got too many calories, cheap calories. These people had very little access to energy, and so they were in constant pursuit for fatty animals to basically maintain some of their fat stores, and occasionally the Randall cycle. And they saw a sort of a benefit coming from that they could actually increase their fat stores. They didn't know what the Randall cycle was, but they combined fat and some fruit seasonally, and they fattened up a bit, and that gave them a bit of buffering in the winter months. So that's how they survived through the eons in that way. And so, I mean, in our modern world, if we want to lean out, it's the same way. It's basically upping the protein, getting rid of the carbs completely, because when you combine carbs and fat and protein, you actually fatten up. I mean, even, old Walter Kempner back in the 1930s knew that. That's why he basically, his sort of low fat diet was 2%, 4% protein, and 94% basically carbohydrates. But you could only do that for a year, sustain that, and you tore down tissue like there was no tomorrow, because that's how catabolic it is. We know it. In the modern way, it's a fasting mimicking diet. It's called the vegan diet. It's the same thing. It's low protein, low fat, and excessively high in fat, in sugar, sorry. And if you don't consume enough, you will really break down and get into a lot of trouble. These people were falling apart. He actually used to whip them to eat more sugar, to basically not break down tissue. So to be protective, he would literally whip them, so you could get away with a lot in those days. Back in the 1930s, picked up a few strange habits from the 1930s Germany, possibly. Yeah, but it's just the bullshit that is out there. And this is the problem. We've got all these, the Lane Nortons of the world and all these crackpots about the calories in, calories out, completely demented in their understanding. They don't understand the Randall cycle. They don't understand the endocrine system, how it works and how it functions. They don't understand the insulin to glucagon, because the insulin to glucagon is basically this hormonal system that's actually responding to the energy flux and the energy mix and flux, which is coming into the body, and that's what it's actually doing. And on the other hand, it's regulating or counter-regulating a number of other systems in the body. And the nice thing about is when you can tap into those things in a certain way. But when you go high protein, there's only one energy on the body, and without any sugar around, it's called fat in your subcutaneous tissue and visceral fat. And what you do is you upregulate hormone-sensitive lipase. Forget about calories. When hormone-sensitive lipase goes up and insulin is low, you dump triglycerides into the bloodstream and you send them to all the tissue of the body and you oxidize them for energy to keep those muscles going. Also, in the muscles themselves, you get a translocation. So where the actual muscle stores fat, or where it stores glycogen, the glycogen gets translocated as a secondary fuel, and it prioritizes more fat. So glucose is still used, but it's spared, and it's for specific purposes, the more, those higher intense where you need that higher rate. But even the fat itself can provide that. once there's a certain level of fat adaptation, you don't really need it as much, because remember, at the end of the day, it's the creatine part that's actually providing the ATP sort of support for the filaments of the muscles. So at the end of the day, it's what's happening there. And even there, we can biohack with adding a bit extra creatine if you want to, creatine loading, as we all know. So we could also push in, as I've talked in the past about taurine being an amino transporter, we can enhance that with taurine as well. So for the oldies of my generation, we probably need a bit more taurine to help that process along, because we struggle with muscle protein synthesis a bit more, and utilization is a big fucking problem for us. So, and it's again because of this too much damage that we've done in the past, and we've lowered our levels of capacity to endogenously produce taurine. So yes, it's a struggle in that regard. Yes, but yeah, you're on the right path, mate. You've spot on. Look, it's been a crazy, I've been pushing the protein side, and I know out there I hear a lot of people literally bagging my views, but nobody's actually bagged me yet. So I'm waiting for it. They're just saying, I'm talking. I've heard that people have come back to me and said, "Oh, this person said you're talking nonsense." Okay, so yeah, there are a few people out there that. But anyway, I mean, when people follow, I mean, I don't necessarily follow. I enjoy fat. I'm, guilty as charged. I enjoy ice cream. I don't. That does not negate the science that I talk about. The science is still the science. Just because I don't apply it every day, that doesn't invalidate what I do is my business. I don't tell people how to live their life, as I've told. I just give you the information, how you apply it. Bjorn took that information and said, yep, I'm going to apply that higher protein, and he's getting the results like those rats. So, you can use the information any way you like. I'll tell you what's bonkers and what's good. So to eat like 200 grams and add some carbs. Add no carbs, please. 0 carbs, please. You don't want to raise insulin too high. Your body, as long as there's enough glucagon, it will produce enough glucose demand driven. You don't need. Insulin does not drive, as I said before, insulin does not drive muscle protein synthesis. It's leucine. Leucine influences insulin and IGF to a certain level. It doesn't need to be very high. If you actually add carbs, you actually increase artificially those things above the threshold that is required for muscle protein synthesis. And then you end up like a lot of those bodybuilders who end up being muscular fat. Yes, they build muscles, but also they're fat. They don't have they're not ripped. You want to become ripped? Get rid of the carbs, lower the fat, increase the protein. But first be fat adapted before you do that. First make yourself fat adapted, then go and do this. So if you're not fat adapted, don't do this, because you're going to derange yourself. You need to basically fix your endocrine system and make yourself fat adapted, and then do this. And then you will function like those tribal people that eat plenty of protein and struggle to get enough fat and lean out and occasionally find a bit of extra fat and put that into storage through chylomicrons, and then grab a bit more or generate a bit more through combining seasonal sugar and all that. So if you're super lean, well, you may want to build up a bit of adipose as protective layer. That's a different thing. But if you're not and you're trying to lean out, do not touch the carbs. Make yourself fat adapted, and then lower the fat and increase the protein. That's the magic trick of basically getting ripped. G'day, mate. How's it going? Enjoy organic coffee with heavy cream. Yes, I do. That's my sin. The cream, the heavy cream. Too much fat. Yes. But I don't give a shit. That's me. I'm not trying to become Mr. Universe. I'm just Harry Serpanos and trying to enjoy life. And at the moment, I'm still weight stable and haven't really budged, but I'm fine with that. Ling's trying to motivate me because she's actually doing more high protein and she's sort of getting more ripped. And she's giving me a hard time and going, why aren't you doing it? And I'm going, it's my business why I'm not doing it. I'm enjoying myself. If you want to get ripped, and she sort of shows off, I've got a better body. And I go, well, I know the science. You're just applying my knowledge, which I'm not applying. And, that's my business. I don't have to do something, even though I know it. Just because I know it, I don't have to apply it. It's my prerogative, so to speak. But yes. But if you're thinking about leaning out, do it the way Bjorn is doing it. He's doing it super cool. Exactly. Precisely. No carbs, less sugar. It's basically, and even if they measure their actual insulin levels, they're not very high because it's the leucine driving it. It always has been. Yes, I know. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's really funny in that regard. Definitely debunked. Should have been debunked a long time ago, but it's crazy world we live in that people still persist with it bullshit. Don't think, DC. Don't think about targeted. Don't think about any carbs. Oh, you're pretty skinny. Okay, if you're pretty skinny, if you're really, really skinny, look, you don't have to actually have carbs because there's the other side, the deleterious. Remember, carbs are very high. I would, if somebody's skinny, I would rather they actually eat fat than carbohydrates. Why? Because it's low deuterium. It's better to basically, if you're going to add, and remain weight stable, you may for a period of time. I mean, I usually say to people, add a bit more dairy fat, like add more milk. Why? Because you're going to get, a slightly more anabolic effect, which will actually slightly increase some of the those fat stores. So you can do it that way. It just means you have to drink more than you would than I would, for instance. We're talking about a couple of liters every day. Not even the Maasais do that. I don't do that, but you'd have to do that. And that would be lower deuterium, which is much safer than, so you're doing less damage to your mitochondria because, as you get older, you want to maintain good mitochondrial health. So that's why I wouldn't do targeted carbs or, upside down carbs or whatever. I would just not do carbs at all. So basically I would stick to something which is much better in that regard. So I'm already eating 60%, 35 and 5%. Would be eating 200 grams of carbs a day which is 30% of my daily intake along with vigorous exercise would be beneficial for weight gain, Depends what sort of weight you're actually talking about. Are you talking about putting on more fat, or are you talking about actually putting on more muscle? Putting on more muscle, you just need more protein. You do not need carbohydrates to put on more muscle. But if you're trying to get a bit more fat, then you need to engage the Randall cycle at a lower grade in order to basically try and add a bit more subcutaneous fat on. So it depends what you're trying to achieve. Yep. Yeah, it doesn't come from Tasmania. It's from New South Wales, and it gets sent to a business down here, which is called City Organic in the center of the city. And they get it a lot of people have, they have been struggling to get a lot to make it popular. And so what they do is they bring in orders every 3 weeks. So I usually get, like a 3-week supply. So it's a bugger. It's a hassle because I have to get a large quantity every 3 weeks and literally get it home. So that's a bit of a hassle, but it is what it is. On the mainland, there's IGA stores that do sell it, and you can actually get it in a number of IGA stores. So you just have to search for it. It's called Made by Milk. Made by cow. Made by milk. Must be getting late. God. So this is the brand. Oops. I'll just put that in. There it is. So that's oops. So that's what it looks like. So it's cold pressed raw. Well, they call it cold pressed, but it's not like they do cold pressed in the US where they put it through a cold press system. This is basically just taken, put in these bottles, and then these bottles are put under very high pressure. So they're put into a device that actually puts a lot of pressure and just breaks the membranes of the bacteria. So it guarantees that there is no bacteria, but also you lose beneficial bacteria. So there is that downside. But you can get like a kefir thing and add to it, or you can get lactobacillus type bacterial strains and add it to it, and that's what I do. And so that's the device they put it in, and they slide it into the machine and put it under pressure. So it's a different method than what is used elsewhere. So as you see, sourcing, they bottle it, and then they put it to the device, cold, high pressure. So they call it cold press, but it should be called cold, high pressure. It's a pressurized system rather than a cold pressed system. So I don't know why they use that name. It's ridiculous. The world's first cold pressed raw. It's not cold pressed. It's cold high pressure. So, and that's the pasteurization method. And then, so this is basically already in the bottle, and the bottle is in that, you can see it, slide it into that unit, and then it's put under very high atmospheric pressure to break the membranes of the bacteria strains, just in case some of them are pathogenic. It is what it is. It's the requirement of the health department in New South Wales. So that's how it goes. Simple as that. And can't do much about it, mate. It's the way it is. It'd be nice to be able to get actual from a farmer here, but it's, let's say, have I done this in the past? I'm not going to confirm or deny, but it's a problem. It's very hard. And yeah, people are too scared as well, which is the problem. So yes, after over a year following it, I thought there's nothing really significant left I need to learn. This stream has just opened a few new domains I have to catch up with. Thanks for that. You're welcome. There's always, I mean, I always say to people, throw new things at me or whatever, because there's always going to be something new that is going to be interesting in that regard. So, yes. Anyway, bloody hell, is that the time? Shit, it's nearly 10 o'clock. So, expect that some study on the protein side. Yep. And IGA stores. So they have a list. This company has a list of their suppliers. Where is it? What is it called? I think it's the stock lists. Is it stock lists? That's it, in the stock lists one. So I'll just turn that on for a sec. So when you go to the stock list, which is that one there, well, you can see it there, you can actually zoom down and it will find your location, in this case, City Organic, which is right there, which is the center of the city. So there's the Elizabeth Mall. So that's how far it is from the actual CBD center. Very close. Yamara doesn't stock it anymore. They used to in Launceston and in Hobart, but they've stopped recently. So now I don't know whether they've actually started up again. They may have. I don't know, because they weren't on the list last time here. So they were on and then they came off. Yeah, maybe they've started up again. I don't know. Hard to know. So I get this one here. This one has more A1. This one is more of an A2. So I get the Jersey milk, not the other one. So anyway, so that's the one. I get the black one, not the, what is it, sort of like a greeny blue thing. Anyway, it looks like they're through these glasses. It's hard to make out. One of those things. It varies. The Randall cycle varies between your activity level and your muscle mass. The more muscular you are, the more insulin sensitive you are, and the more capacity to store glycogen, that means sugar. So if you've got lower muscle mass, your threshold is much lower. If you've got higher muscle mass, your threshold goes up before you end up initiating the Randall cycle. So it all depends. It's not a specific amount. It's how much you can put away into, and then also what your activity levels before you put it away. So have you got a lot of muscles and have you depleted glycogen? Then you may be able to put a bit more away on a cheat. So let me, yep, good. Somebody will. And yeah, so all these sort of things, it's buy your own cow. Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea. You know, I live close to the center of the city, which is really hard to have a cow or even get the council to approve a cow. So maybe in the future, when I move to Asia, I'll get some bit of land outside the hustle and bustle in the more rural area and get myself some of those things. Yes. Yeah, the black label one. Yep, that one definitely, not the blue one. Yeah, I know. It's the way it is. Fucking annoying, to say the least. In New Zealand, they literally sell it. The farmers, they've got dispensers. You can actually go and get it at a dispenser. But in Australia, it's even way worse in Canada. I mean, you know that Jared has to go across the border, and even then struggles to try and get it back into Canada. So, yeah, in some other parts of the world, it's completely illegal. You can actually even get prison sentences. The world is crazy. Here we've got a whole lot of criminals doing all sorts of nasty things to young kids or to other people or to older people. And who do they go after? They're going after people that are just trying to get good nutrition. Crazy bloody world. Yep. Me and Zombie are into the black, aren't we, Zombie? Is the anabolic effect of milk only due to sugar content? Now, it's sort of a combination. I mean, when it comes to milk, it has a sort of, the fat, protein, sugar content. There's not a big difference amongst them, which if you have a small amount, not a problem. If you have a very big amount, it can sort of magnify that. But there is also another element to the story. The other element is that the proteins and the sort of fats will also limit the rate at which the sugar will come in. Then also half the sugar is actually galactose, and that has to be basically goes through a 4 enzymatic pathway before it gets turned into something that the body can utilize, like glucose. So, which is called sort of, well, anyway, it just has to go through these pathways. And then not to confuse you any further, once it goes through those 4 pathways, it's the same as the other half of the sugar of the milk. So that is a rate limiting. It limits how fast that goes in. So you're getting at a much slower speed coming in because you have to do all these conversions. So it isn't at the same rate. And as long as you're actually doing some physical activity and stuff like that, it's, like the Maasai do and all that, it's not going to be an issue. Or people did in the past, it won't be an issue. And people in the past were more muscular, so it didn't really affect them in a negative way. People today, tend to be, I mean, let's say you have a glass of milk. What's in a glass of milk? There's a couple of grams of carbohydrates. So there's about 3.5, sometimes 3.8. Let's say 4 for argument's sake. That's a glass of milk will probably give you about 8 grams of carbohydrate. Then if you have 2 glasses, it'll give you 16. And then if you have 4 glasses, it will give you about, which is, the Maasai have about, a couple of glasses a day. So even then, you're still going to be in, you're going to be less than 50 grams of carbohydrates, definitely less, close to about 30 grams of carbohydrates. So that's still ketosis. 25 or below is ketosis. So you're in a low-grade ketosis still. So it's not a big issue in that regard. So, and at the same time, there's that rate limiting side where half of it has to be converted. So that slows the whole thing down. And so it's not coming in as a big, like, bolus, like if you ate a potato or something like that, you have this rapid amount of sugar coming in. So it's not the same, We have to think not only about the metabolic effects, we have to think also about the mechanics of how nutrients move through the body, or how they are dealt with or converted or affected. So it's a more complicated picture. Activities level, muscle glycogen storage, how much can you store in the muscles, how much depleted are they from your activity, how sedentary are you living an ancestral life, or are you living a modern life? It's not a simple thing. But having a couple of glasses of milk, I mean, I have one glass of milk, that's it, a day, that's not going to have any effect whatsoever. Let's say you have 2 or 3, still no damn effect. It's going to be very, very low. So you have 2 as an example. Let's say 3. You have 3 glasses of milk. So, and I'm, because usually about 3.8. It's not even 4, but we'll round up at 4. It's usually a lot of the commercial stuff is much higher, because they take away the cream, as you can understand, because they want to make cream products. So generally speaking, let's say it's 4, you're basically down to a couple of, 8, 24. And if you have no other carbohydrates, you're still in ketosis at 24 after 3 glasses of milk. So it's a non-issue. It's a complete non-issue. So I would not worry too much about that at all. Yes. So I'm going to rustle through these sort of things. And oops. Yeah, exactly. There's a whole lot of other crap. Yeah. And then they make it difficult for us. Serpanos racer. Thanks, mate. I used to be a cappuccino sort of bloke. Little did I realise that I was lactose intolerant, and my queasy stomach I just thought was something else. I do much better without milk. Yeah, look, some people do, and there's nothing wrong with that. If basically you don't have, there are methods. Look, if you get raw milk, it's got the lactase enzymes. And if you basically increase a number of different strains of lactobacillus, you can actually increase your capacity to tolerate milk in that regard. But I usually say to people, don't go for the milk. Increase those beneficial bacteria and just tolerate better other dairy products, like cheese, that have got small amounts of, lactose in them. So that would be a better option, and you can still get some of those things. When it comes to A2 and A1 milk, the casein protein we're talking about here, a lot of the actual talk that there are negatives in regards to the A1. There's a lot of anecdotes, like observational studies, but I haven't seen ever one actual clinical study being done. So as far as a lot of the actual talk about the A1 is basically based on observational studies, not on good research. So it's unclear whether we haven't been able to demonstrate mechanism, whether the body can handle this type of casein. It's like also a lot of people in the past thought IGF-1 could get through, but it doesn't. But then there's like a peptide that actually can bring part of it through. There's a lot of nonsense about milk. I've talked about it in the past, how, growth hormone, completely different. It doesn't even connect to our receptor. There's a human growth hormone receptor, so it has no effect whatsoever as well. So there's a lot of myths about milk. There's a lot of anecdotes and a lot of stories and people making things up, but I've never seen something definitive to show that A1 is really problematic. It could be. I'm not saying that it isn't. But when we look at the historical data, A1 tends to actually, cows that have A1 tend to basically produce more milk. So it was basically through a lot of domestication procedures that were employed a long time ago that basically encouraged this alteration in the casein protein to actually increase the amount of production. Because remember, most milk, there's a bit of whey, but most milk is casein based, the protein. So that's why this alteration had to happen, to increase the volume in that regard. A lot of the talk about how this interacts with the brain, I've always said, show me a mechanism that it crosses the blood-brain barrier in the way that people describe it or believe that it happens. I still haven't seen one mechanistic study in that regard. Now, there is an issue when it comes to basically when people have leaky gut. But leaky gut also allows more LPS, more other lectins and stuff like that. So it's a complicated story. So is it the actual product? You know, because basically when the casein comes in, it's actually being denatured. It's in the stomach with a low acid stomach. But if you don't have low acid stomach, you're going to get some of these complete proteins coming through. And it's usually people that have got deranged systems. And I always say to people, if you've got a deranged system, do not do any dairy. You know, you want to really keep the diet clean and you want to repair a lot of these systems and then introduce these foods. You don't introduce them when you've basically deranged and got a lot of problems. You know, your stomach pH is bad, you've got leaky gut, you haven't closed the tight junctions because you've got poor vitamin D status, you've got a poor microbiome because you're not feeding the beneficial bacteria with enough B vitamins or with enough vitamin D, you know. So all these sort of factors, it's a complicated picture. And I think that obviously if you're getting some of these proteins into the bloodstream or lectins or LPS because you don't have these tight junctions, then they can react and cross-react and stuff like that. And so, yeah, there may be a legitimate problem, but let's fix the reason why they're getting into the bloodstream. Let's not criticize the actual food, which wasn't causing any problems in the past, until we introduce a number of foods that actually cause damage to the gut lining. So that's what we have to sort out. And until we do that, then we're going to get a lot of reactivity in the body and a lot of sort of autoimmune type effects. So are these things directly causal, or are they a contribution of leaky gut and a whole lot of other issues, stomach acidity and all these things? So it's a more complicated picture than most people think. So I think that we need to move away from that old reductionist thinking. You know, I mean, raw milk is great. I mean, it's very high in lactoferrin. Lactoferrin inhibits or binds basically lectins. It's the reason why people did consume some lectins in the past, even though they fermented them and all that. But having raw milk minimized the effects of those foods. It's another reason for that. So, and A1 milk tends to, you know, some of the lectin binding characteristics of the lactoferrin, that is fairly good. So, you know, could be throwing out the baby with the bathwater, as they say. I always say to people, fix the gut lining, and your stomach acidity and the way your body's functioning. And usually then you can tolerate a lot of these things without any problems. So yeah, it's looking at the thing in a more holistic way and looking at, when to introduce certain foods, which traditionally a lot of people didn't react to, but now they are, what's going on, So what's going on with some of the antibacterial effects of glyphosate in changing the gut microbiome. A lot of people are consuming too much of that shit in a lot of the plants that they consume. So there's a lot of, I know it's a long-winded thing, but I think that you can actually find for a lot of different complete foreign proteins that get past the gut barrier, that you could put a reductionist point and say, oh, that's causing this problem. Well, hold on. If that never got through the gut barrier, would it have caused a problem? Would it be a problem? If it never got completely denatured and broken down into basic amino acids, would it have been a problem? No. So you got to go back, what's actually causing that. If you're actually inflicting damage to a door, I take a hammer to the door, well, and then and I make a hole in the door and somebody can throw something through it. Had I not made the hole, nobody could throw anything through it. So I need to stop the person who's actually breaking the door, me, from breaking the door or making holes in the door, or the shit that the modern shit that we eat. So we got to sit in that way, because there's a lot of proteins that that come in the diet that are basically, if they're not completely broken down, denatured, and everybody worries about denatured. Well, that's what the stomach acidity does. It denatures all proteins. It's crazy how people worried about denatured proteins, and then rebuilds them with enzymes back to what they should be into other things. But the reality is that I always say to people, worry less about these things, these sort of reductionist things. And if you've got leaky gut, you've got underlying issues with your stomach acidity and stuff, fix that first. Remove a lot of these foods, fix that, and then bring them back. They're not a problem. My biggest issue with a lot of milks is the pasteurization, the loss of lactoferrin, the loss of vitamin C, the loss of a number of important nutrients that these foods have, and the loss of a lot of the water soluble vitamins. The fat soluble vitamins don't get damaged as much, very small from pasteurization. It's more the water soluble types. Vitamin C gets completely annihilated, and a lot of the water soluble vitamins get reduced quite a bit, except some of them don't, only marginally, like B12, even B12 and B, and also riboflavin. They don't lose a lot. I think riboflavin loses slightly more than B12, but not by very much. So it's interesting in that regard. But I tend to move away from reductionism and focus on what's really affecting, fix that, and then you have less to worry about the other stuff, the other potential reactivity of certain proteins from certain foods. Yep. And it doesn't mean the other thing that Richard was talking about either. Look, if you don't have, I will be doing a video later on that will be covering some of these issues, and be covering also some of the bacterial strains and stuff like that. I've done some other stuff on, which is really important. If you've got gut issues, there's the specific Swedish strains of, they've got they've got the patent over these strains, but they do knock out C. diff. I've done a number of videos. You can actually check them out in regards to these strains, bacterial strains, and they really help improving a lot of people that have used them. One lady, she had severe diarrhea for, let's say, for a number of years, and it was probably C. diff and a number of other pathogenics. She took this for a number of months, eliminated the problem, and then she actually ended up getting constipation, which is really awful, but it's the reason she didn't have enough, basically, lactobacillus and a couple of other important strains that keep things working a bit differently. And so, she's working on that side now with certain kefirs and stuff like that. But it's, a lot of us come not from an ancestral lifestyle, but from a sad or plant-based or, some sort of deranged lifestyle. And we're sort of not really there and struggling, and it takes time, to get there. It's got to be patient. Not a problem, mate. Not a problem. I'm going to be pulling the plug shortly anyway. You're welcome, Dave. Have a good time in that special place, and we'll chat. Are you heading for Greece next, or back to Barcelona? Not a problem. See you, mate. I'll be doing a video on that. That's why. So you'll have to wait for the video. Sorry, but it's all about. I still need the clicks, so to speak. So, but that is coming down the future. Now I'm at the end, and I'm going to pull the plug. It's about a bit after 10, so I better get to bed. In that regard, thanks, guys, for being here. Appreciate it. Take care, and we will chat next week. Try and get a few videos done this week as well. And people who haven't checked out those ones on protein, do please go and check them. But always remember, if you've got derangements, you need to fix those first before you start trying to lean out on higher protein. Sort out things. You may not have good kidney function or a whole lot of other things. So you need to sort out those things before you play around with higher protein levels. Thanks, Alex. Take care, mate. Have fun. Anyway, I'm out of here. See you guys.